Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. Hey, how's it going? What is up? Hello, hello, konnichiwa, ni hao, annyeong, bonjour, aloha, howdy, hi. Oshimosh, alo, ciao, shalom, hello, howdy, hi. How's it going, everyone? Welcome. It's Monday. Monday sucks. It's lasagna day. I'm not Garfield, but you know, the sentiment. The sentiment is I could feel it. I feel it in my bones. How's it going? How you doing, Alabastion? How you doing, Cute Kitty in the YouTube chat? How you doing, Archeron the Moth? I assume I'm saying that right. How you guys doing? Hi, hi, hi. Cute Kitty, why'd you say no? Why is it the first thing you said is no? Or were you responding to Alabastion saying he started on time? It was kind of on time. It was close, right? That was pretty close. It's closest I've been in a while. Yeah. Just chilling, just chillaxing. I don't know what we're doing today. We can do a lot of stuff. Which, I mean, very often a lot of stuff just means either reactor gaming or something. Maybe we start off with a game of Scrandle, you know. You know what that is? Or even save that somewhere. Daily game, Scrandle. We got Food Guesser. I never tried that one. Food Guesser is new to me. But, yeah. Could be fun. I feel like there was some videos I was supposed to react to. I think something that perhaps Fan Williams had linked in the netcord. Yeah. In the netcord, perhaps. So I gotta take a look at that. Whatever it is. Alright. Alright. Sup. Welcome. How's it going, Alabastion? Welcome. Sup. Well, I was going to ask you, first thing I was going to ask you is, because it's been so long, I was going to say, how'd your job interview go? I haven't heard anything about that. But otherwise, hopefully things are going well, you know? No callback. Well, it's only been, what, a week? I don't know how long it takes for a callback, but I don't know. There's still time, or there's still hope. Maybe not as much hope, but there's still some hope. You're gonna apply for Border Patrol? Nice. I mean, that sounds interesting if you can get it. Nice. I would assume, at least under the current administration, I'd assume they'd be paid well. Maybe not in future administrations, but we'll see. Gotta keep America safe from dem legals. Yes. The way I said it sounded like dem legals, but yeah, that counts too. Keep it safe from dem legals as well. Let's see. Is there anything worth reacting to? Golden Freddy, what up? Oh no, you don't got a tongue? Do I not? I got a tongue. What do you mean? Oh, there's a tongue in there. What do you mean? Oh, say. Onse? How you doing, Cute Kitty? What do you mean onse? Onse? Catorce? I don't know what I'm saying. You can react to these nuts. Prove it. I just did, didn't I? There's a tongue in there. You see? Bruh. You prove you have a tongue then. Actually, don't send me anything. That's weird. Don't do it. It's yes. Wait, it's no yes, but backwards. Oh, I get you. Okay. E. Neko opening himself up to not safe for work R. Yeah, I just realized. I didn't think about it until it was already done. Didn't occur to me. But that's okay. That's okay. I mean, Kind of like, not really like anyone made any art for me yet. Well, actually, no, we had to have art. We have had art be done in the past. And some of it not safe for work, kinda. Vaguely. Oken. Yeah, it's me. I'm Oken. Neko opening his mouth for men. Confirmed a gay femboy. False. Nobody made art for you, huh? Okay, fine. You made art. You made art for me. You made some of the emotes. But I meant like, you know, like when you commission like a full piece, like that person who made the spider. You made that spider drawing for somebody, you know? Yitik etuk. Truk. Yitik etuk is a cute kitty backwards. Are you saying spells? Are you gonna cast a spell by saying all the words backwards? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let me look at my Neko. And let's see if there's any good video reacts. The rise of Catholic aesthetic is potentially interesting. But I don't know about for this audience. I was Kim Jong-il's chef. What I saw was pure degeneracy. No dummy. Okay. Damn, you're calling me a dummy. She gonna turn you into a gay femboy? Nah. Nah, impossible. Impossible. Implausible as well. Not only impossible, it's also implausible. Okay. Implausible, impossible. Debunking transphobia. I'm looking at videos here. I radicalized myself. Huh. A true revolutionary is guided by a great feeling of love. It is impossible to... I can't read that word. Of a genuine revolutionary lacking this quality. What? A guitar. Well, with our build, it's impossible. What do you mean? Our build? You missed 13 minutes, Neko Gahay. Well, you're the one who showed up late. Look, I was on time. You can't call me out for being late. I'm always on time. Born to be a femboy, forced to be a built man. What are you saying? What is my build? You trying to say something? Take a guess what you're playing. Is it hold on. You've already played Snake Eater. You've already played Peace Walker partially. Well, I assume you're not still playing Peace Walker. It's Metal Gear Solid of some sort, right? Portable Ops. Oh, FTL. Okay, good. You better be. You better be. You're right. Ah, okay. I don't think you did. Right's a little bit. Is this like testing my dyslexia? Seeing if I'm dyslexic? It's not quite backwards now. The right one, I mean. Need a break from Peace Walker? Gotcha. Do you intend to 100% Peace Walker? There's a lot of extra stuff. The vehicle missions are driving. I get your pun. They're driving. You insane. I get it. Very funny. I just want to beat all the extra ops. Gotcha. I think I did that. I feel like I did that. Unintentional pun. Yeah. Bad pun. Wow. Boo. Boo pyro. You put it wrong? That's okay. I got what you mean. No dummy. Wow. Got to jail. Go to jail. Do not collect 200. Yeah. Exactly. Also pay me 200. All right. Do we want to hear about someone radicalized? What did I say? Radicalizing. That shouldn't be a tough word. Wait, why? When does a YouTube critic become a lying grifter? I want to find out. That's actually a good question. Wait, what? Yeah, they gotta give me 200 in gift subs. True. Yo, what is that? Millicent Ward 8. How you doing? Welcome in the Kick Chat. What's up? Not much. Just chilling. Just started the stream very recently. Was about to look at a video. How are you doing? Welcome. You're good. Good to hear it. All right, let's start the video. Let's start making fun of people. As is the way. There was a video that Tim covered today that I covered briefly, like I feel like a month ago. Do you stream every day? Every weekday. I take a break on Saturdays and Sundays. So every weekday on or every weekday around 8 p.m. Central Time to roughly midnight. The guy gave you gifted subs. Woo, did he? Did I miss it? Hold on. Who gave me gifted subs? The guy gave you gifts. Did I miss them? Am I missing subs here? Are you making stuff up? Are you gaslighting me? Have I been gaslit? Okay, I'll leave you in the back. Gonna play Pokemon ROM hack. Which one? Is it the hentai one? Nice. What is your main game though? That's the thing. Usually I play. There's a lot of games I'm in the middle of right now. Actually, I've been playing a lot. Like not recently, but one of my long-term games is finishing the Yakuza series. I'm on Yakuza 6. I also have been trying to finish Spelunky 2 as well as Deus Ex. So those are all my big games that I'm like trying to finish. Otherwise, we play random demos very often, which today we'll probably play some more random demos. But yeah. What about you? What kind of games do you like? That's cool, yeah. Radical Red. Interesting. Radical Red. I never heard of that one. But I assume, is it like based on the original Game Boy, or is it like Fire Red? Is it similar to Fire Red? Where am I from? The US. I'm from the United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. Can't say that on Twitch, they're gonna ban me. Indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Hey, love your stream, super fun. Yo, Miss Rage at 5262, how you doing? Discord. Why are you sending a Discord immediately? Join you next time? Playing what? You play CS2, Dota 2. Oh, gotcha. I've never played CS2. It looks fun. I've never played Dota 2, but I played a lot of League of Legends. I know Dota 2 and League of Legends are quite, like, almost like rival communities, but yeah, that's cool. I think so. I don't know. I was just repeating the first thing I heard out of your mouth when I came to the stream. Oh, okay. No, I don't think anyone sent any subs. I think we were joking about how they'd owe me $200, but they had to buy me $200 worth of subs. Didn't happen yet, though. You're from Florida? Cool. How's it in Florida right now? Is Fire Red, but with every Pokemon every time a new gen comes out. They just keep adding it? Interesting. Changed a lot of stuff, added some quality of life, and some more. I see. I see. I feel like I've always wanted to go back and play like the original Pokemon games and just collect all the original 150. I don't really care about the others. But they run like the original Pokemons, I'm like, you know, that's part of my childhood. Can I ask you something? I mean, yeah, sure, why not? Go ahead. But it better not be about art. Or else. Oh, you can't see me. I'm like doing that like cutthroat maneuver. You can't see it though, because my hands don't move. So video, yeah, we video. True. I got distracted. They changed. Oh, I read that. Okay. Okay, video time. We do a little reacts. We do a little reacts. We do a little bit of gaming. We'll do demos in the second half. Yeah. We'll do. Actually, I'll put a vote when we do the second half of the stream. We'll do a vote. All right. Let's see what we got here. Professional artists for streamers, YouTubers, and VTubers related to field video game. Can I make something for your channel? I don't have a means of paying people right now, so you know, maybe one day. But right now, I don't have an anonymous means of paying people. So I'm not really in the market at the moment for art. Pay. All right. That's an hour-long video. Jesus. I thought it's gonna be. I should check the length of these videos before I say I'm gonna watch them. I really should check the length before I say I'm gonna watch things. I don't know if we can watch this whole thing. That's a lot. Unless I do like 2 times speed, and then even then it's gonna be like half an hour or more. Maybe you'll just fuck you. What? What do you mean? Why fuck you question marks? Excuse you? Excuse you? Speed. I personally just want to advertise for you for free. Nice, thank you. I mean, anyone who's yeah, if anyone wants to advertise my channel, go right ahead. Just I guess just be mindful of where you're advertising. You know, if you go to someone else's place and start advertising, they may not like it, and it may reflect badly on me if that happens. But yeah, I mean, I don't have any qualms with that.
It's come to my attention that a lot of people online do not understand what a grifter actually is, at least in regards to the culture war we see online.
The culture war.
There are multiple types of critics out there. Many offer their perspectives on media, and while you might not agree with them, they try to make an argument that's compelling to convince you of their perspective.
This guy's voice is annoying already. Already.
What's fun about a movie full of ugly, slimy, mean-spirited, gloppy little monsters?
It's Gremlins.
Others are entertainers, less interested in giving you insight,
Nostalgia.
and more interested
no.
in a fun 5 or 10 minutes. Some argue in bad faith,
Who the fuck
and
is
some
that?
argue to push an
Synthetic
agenda.
Man? Oh, wait, no, that was fucking Just a Robot. Sorry, that was not Synthetic Man. I don't know. I'm trying to name these people. I only know half of them. How does Twitter sound, homeboy? Twitter works, yeah. I mean, Twitter's fine. I'm on Twitter.
Sell you on an idea or concept that they can profit from, either in terms of you buying a physical product or in terms of you just consuming more of their stuff.
Consume product.
Questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that exact thing. You can put me on the TV. Do it. Do it right now. I was literally just about to say consume product and then get excited about next product. You know, and then he did it. He did it. He knew exactly what. I mean, I guess it was the basic bitch answer, right? Put me on the TV. Let's fucking go. Big Neko. Wait, can it go even bigger, right? Big Neko on the TV. Hello. Alright. Back to normal Neko.
However, because of the nature of criticism, we often might find ourselves confused. Is this a grifter? Is this just an idiot? Thankfully, I'm creating this video as a handy-dandy guide.
Thankfully, I just assumed they're all grifter idiots. Big Neko.
In order to determine whether or not someone is a grifter or just bad at their job. But what is a grifter? What is the grift? What is the message they try to sell you? And how can you tell the difference, even if someone is using similar grifter talking points, between a true grifter and someone who's just bought the grift? A grifter refers to someone who tries to sell you an artificial solution to a problem they created, or rather, a problem.
Nah, wait, hold on. That's a grifter? Is that what you're saying? A grifter is someone who engages in small-scale swindling. Okay, that's accurate. But then he's saying a grifter is someone who tries to sell you a way to fix something that a problem they created. No, not quite. No, that doesn't fit. You're giving an actual definition on the screen and then adding your own definition after. The stream quality on TV is way behind, but the quality is nice. Nice, okay. I mean, that's fine. I'll just know that your messages are maybe at a delay. That's okay.
Or rather, a problem that maybe exists that has no true solution. The grift can take multiple forms.
Okay.
For example,
I cut off his definition before the or part. Snake oil. Wasn't this always like just morphine or something, or fucking like straight coke, heroin maybe?
Was that of the snake oil salesman.
I have in my possession serums and potions for every malady and misfortune that could possibly be said of wandering traveler such as yourself.
People are just so desperate for a solution, they just bought hold of it. A critical grift usually takes the form of a critic arguing that there's a problem in the entertainment industry and that the solution is targeting some nebulous.
So could it not be possible? I guess we're gonna get the answer, but I'm like, could it not just be possible that there are issues in the industry and they're calling them out? Is that not possible? What if they're not selling you anything? What if they're like me and I react to a video? I'm like, fuck these people. But I'm not selling anything, you know? You don't, it's free. It's a free show.
Unseen force, be it a studio head, a group of people, fans, etc., in order to improve cinema, or that cinema is being ruined by an active agenda being pushed behind the scenes.
What?
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
They will never have actual concrete proof this agenda exists.
Senator.
However, they will often point to tropes, ideas, concepts, the appearance of certain actors.
Who are these people he's picking on? Is he picking on like these small time, like vaguely like anti-woke movie channels? Like, I don't know who these people are. Is this a big group?
As evidence in lieu of actual concrete evidence.
Wait, that's the middle guy though. I know that middle guy. Isn't that like Shad Diversity or something like that? Isn't that his channel? He's the guy who does like sword stuff. I think that's who that is.
And that's enough for some of their audience.
Something like that.
Great example of this? When Shadiversary freaked out
Shadiversary. All right, I got it right. Look, I know people. I know things.
over Princess Peach wearing pants in the Mario film.
She was kind of girl boss in it. She was. You can't deny that.
Peach, yeah. Princess Peach.
Yeah.
Give it her pants.
Yeah.
Freaking come off of it.
What he doesn't realize is this costume is from Mario Kart. It's a well-established outfit for Peach.
Just because it's in Mario Kart doesn't mean it makes sense in that part of the movie, does it? Guys, put up the nerd emoji, guys. Do you know that outfit where she's wearing pants is actually from the it's from Mario Kart 8 where it first appeared? Okay, nobody gives a shit, bro. It's a movie. It's a movie. It's separate from the fucking games. They obviously heavily borrow from the games as a source, but it's a movie. It has its own universe. There could be things that exist in the games and not in the movie, and things that exist in the movie and not in the games. I was about to say vice versa, and I already did it. I already manually vice versa. Fine, but you get the point.
Any real fan of Mario would recognize
Oh no. Any real fan of Mario? Oh goddamn! I did the voice too, and he's like, as soon as I unpause it, any real fan of Mario would know this. Fuck off.
it because they've played Mario Kart. Shadiversary, clearly.
Wait, are you not a real fan of Mario unless you play Mario Kart? What if you played every main iteration Mario game? You did like Mario 2, Mario 3, Mario like Super Mario World, 64, Sunshine, Galaxy, 3D World. What if you did all the main iteration titles? All the Wii ones. And you never played Mario Kart. Mario Kart is a fucking spin-off. What if you just never played Mario Kart? You're not a real Mario fan? That's retarded. This guy's retarded. We're only 3 minutes in. This guy's retarded.
Has not. There are many people who believe that Seduce systems are against you, and that's not
Actually, I mean, I should have already known. What is that in the background there? Is that... I can see, like, there's something that looks like Sailor Moon down here. Yeah, Sailor Moon. I don't know what the hell this plushie is. He's got Berserk. He's got, the fuck's... I don't know the Mars trilogy, but he's got Pikachu over here. The girl with all the... I don't know what that stands for. Lord of the Rings, George R.R. Martin, the fuck is Gideon? Alright, so I'm judging him based on his things here. The Three Body, whatever. I remember that book. Okay. Yeah, where's the Sonic stuff? He has to have Sonic stuff, right? There has to be Sonic stuff somewhere in there.
Certain circumstances, and I'm going to give you the tools in this video that are necessary to identify a grifter from someone who might have bought the grift themselves, or someone trying to offer you.
Maybe it sounds okay. This guy is definitely Jewish. Like he could be an atheist, but I meant ethnically he is Jewish. He's got the strong accent, and that's irritating. If we listen, maybe at normal speed it's more obvious.
For you, a solution to a real problem.
A real
problem. Because not everyone who discusses problems in the entertainment industry are grifters. Many aren't. Even if they disagree with
But this is going to take
they
forever
are
if we do it at
not
normal
always
speed.
Grifters. And that's a distinction that's important to make. So what is
It's
the
important
role
to
of a
make.
movie critic? Some might say
Going forward, whatever I say that insulting pretend is not towards you. Insulting what? Going forward, whatever I say that insulting pretend is not towards you. Are you saying if you insult, pretend it's not towards me? I think that's what you mean.
To give context to the emotions you feel when watching a movie or reading a book. To illustrate how one properly contextualizes information as opposed to improperly contextualized information, I want to play two clips real quick. One is from OSP's Mary Sue video, and the other is from...
He should use... Okay, maybe I'm biased, but he should use his cartoon avatar more often, because it's a lot easier to look at than his actual face. You know... That his channel should just be the cartoon avatar. Yes, what I said earlier. Gotcha.
Now, to be clear, there are stories with a character at their center where the character isn't a Mary Sue. The distinction is that a Mary Sue warps the way the world works around them. Glorifying the Sue is prioritized over maintaining the established characterizations or the straight rules of reality. A hero might be at the center of the story.
All right, hold on. She talks too fast for 1.5 times speed. Hold on. For her, I gotta go normal speed.
warps the way the world works around them. Glorifying the Sioux is prioritized over maintaining the established characterizations or the straight-up rules of reality. A hero might be at the center of the story, but they won't be the only important character. Luke might be the one blowing up the Death Star and saving the day, but Han's the one overcoming his personal demons and swooping in to save the kid's life at the last second, and Leia's the one sacrificing everything to get the plans to the rebellion in the first place. And we can't forget that the main drama in the story is caused by the presence of an equally fascinating villain to oppose our main trio. And that's the main false positive.
I don't think it was her choice. She didn't choose to sacrifice everything. Vader just blew up her planet. Like I don't think if she had the options, I don't think she would have chose that.
Here. There's a difference between being the hero of a story and being the center of the universe.
Now, full context was given. Every detail was elaborated, connected to the core argument being made, and it never once made any sweeping statements. She was always very focused on the core mechanics of what she was talking about.
Okay, so what's the issue?
Offering context to the audience as to what a Mary Sue was.
Is this a good example?
And how a character
loser, nerdy loser. Yeah, 100%.
Demonstrates the point she's trying to make. Now compare that to
to
It's the worst thing.
Okay, so this is the bad example. Okay, so that was good example. Here's bad example. And funnily enough, his good example is this is a girl criticizing nerd stuff, so she's okay. Now this is a boy criticizing what did I say? I think I might have said that wrong. But this is a girl criticizing comic books and stuff, nerd stuff. Now this is a boy criticizing nerd stuff. Clearly, which one's right and which one's wrong? Gee, I wonder which one he's gonna have favoritism for. Either way, I mean, you can easily cherry pick this. That's the thing. He can easily cherry pick. Here's a girl, because there's a lot of girl channels who do a very shit job of criticizing nerd stuff. So he cherry picked the best one he could find, and now he's looking for the worst, probably male example he could find. Found just a robot, so close to the worst, perhaps. Let's hear it.
I have ever reviewed yet. Our main character, the Lark, is a badass woman who will save the Waldo. Her and the other guy get locked up, but she's too cool for the rules and lock picks her way out.
Whoa.
Other than her swordmaster, who is also a woman, by the way, no one else stands a chance in a duel with her.
This is bad, though.
Also, she is the mother of the most important character in all of the Witcher lore.
Okay, the argument here is that a character's a Mary.
He's like, yeah, that's good. He's clearly being racist. So it's racist and sexist. So therefore, he's bad. He's bad at criticism. Big nose.
Because they can pick locks and fight good with sword. What context that?
What's her weakness?
Does it actually make a connection?
What character flaw does she have?
What happens in the show? Does it articulate clearly what's going on? This is an example of an incompetent critic. Others might.
No, that's an example. I mean, I don't like Just a Robot, but that sounds very. What he showed and said, that all sounds very stupid. Not saying he's stupid in that specific clip, but just that he did demonstrate whatever piece of media that was. I very much don't want to watch it. It seems like trash. Was that the Witcher TV series? I don't know. Could have been Lord of the Rings for all I know. They're all the same now.
Argue the critic looks to see if a story or work of art accomplished the goals its artist intended for it when making it. What was the artist trying to accomplish?
Okay, but when you have a TV show that's based on a book, the people who are making the TV show shouldn't be trying to accomplish a goal. Their goal really should just be displaying the work that was in the book, displaying what was already written for them, not creating their own agenda and shit. Incompetent critic then looks in the mirror. Right? He should. I have a feeling he can't bear to look in the mirror. Let's see. All right.
What did they do that aided them along this path, and what did they do that impeded their mission? To illustrate this, here's a clip from Siskel and Ebert's review of Jurassic Park.
They're back after millions of years. Dinosaurs, of course, in Steven Spielberg's Jurassic
Siskel
Park.
and
The bottom line is that his special effects dinosaurs are truly thrilling, but unfortunately his human characters are not. Sam Neill and Laura Dern play archaeologists lured to a billionaire Richard Attenborough's nature
the original Jurassic
some
Park.
very real dinosaurs. He's looking for the scientist's endorsement. They're looking at the dinosaurs, and so are we. Jurassic Park has a number of peak thrills at the level of the attacks in Jaws, and it has moments
Stick to the source material. Yeah, exactly.
Really
Welcome, Redcorn. How you doing?
Jaws, which had 3 marvelous characters hunting the shark. Jurassic Park
welcome.
The rest of the crew stands around and smiles or schemes. Still, thumbs up from me. The action scenes are really enjoyable.
Needless to say, I deeply disagree with everything that Siskel and Ebert say in this review because I think it's a fantastic movie and the human characters are.
He just said it was good.
But again, it's a review. It's perspective.
I disagree. Didn't he? He just got done saying he gives it a thumbs up. I thought that he enjoyed it, and he's like, I disagree with what he said. I think it's a good movie. Are you even listening?
offer their perspective at this time, and they're not trying to grift you or suggest some studio agenda is behind everything. Another example of this is this clip from Bravo's 100 Scariest Movie Moments from the early 2000s, where the movie The Last House on the Left is discussed. But what's interesting here is they have both a critic and the original director Wes Craven talking about the film.
It's revolting and horrible and shocking and visceral and taboo-breaking and nasty and unforgivable.
You say taboo-berating? That's not a word. Did I just mishear him? Hold on. What the fuck did he just say?
And shocking and visceral and taboo-breaking.
He did say taboo-berating. What the fuck's that mean? That's a fake word. He was looking at that girl running and he's like, taboo-berating. That's a fake fucking word.
I think it could come out of foreign nations. It became a sort of political statement about the nature of repressed violence in American society.
What I love about this is that it shows the critic taking Wes Craven's film on Wes Craven's terms, interpreting the film as he intended it to be interpreted, and seeing how the violence aided it in its grisly message. That's an option. Or just say
it's a horror movie. It's not that horror movies don't typically have that deep of a message. It's trying to shock and thrill you. Did it accomplish that? All right, then it's a good or bad horror movie. A lot of people don't like looking at themselves in the mirror. It's like holding garlic up to a vampire. They start screaming. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. True. I mean, yeah, it's true. But, I'm okay with looking at myself in the mirror. This guy, though, maybe he won't. Maybe he's not okay with that.
Good or not, Roger Ebert wrote many reviews in the Chicago Tribune about how certain movies just plain fucking sucked.
I hated this movie. Hated this movie. Hated it. Hated every simpering, stupid, audience insulting moment of it.
What movie was that?
Online, where everyone has a voice, intelligence is not always the case. Of course, that's not
you guys are intelligent like me.
And able to make critically fair assessments of media.
Mazes and monsters is a far-out game. Swords, poison,
far out.
Spells, and killing.
Hey, it's all imagination.
Is it?
Back in the 80s, slasher films
is it though?
Popular, there was a lot of controversy regarding the film
Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Oh my
Silent
gosh.
Night had a lot of people protesting
Milwaukee,
out of
Wisconsin.
fear of it being inappropriate for children. This was not grifting because their outrage was genuine. They genuinely believed that this was going to cause irreparable harm to their children.
Okay, so it's not grifting if you genuinely believe it. He's made that now that's a distinction. If you genuinely believe what you're saying, it's not grifting. So when he brought up that example of Just a Robot and saying that this is a bad example of, criticism, so he wasn't grifting then, right? He's not a grifter then, because I believe he genuinely believes what he's saying.
Children watching a movie involving what they believe to be a killer Santa Claus. The movie is not about a killer Santa Claus, however. The advertisements made it look like that.
Really?
But that's not what the movie was about.
What's
However,
it about?
Just because they're not grifting does not mean that no one stood to profit from the outrage.
And Silent Night, Deadly Night now has the distinction of joining I Spit on Your Grave as one of the two most contemptible films I have seen. And I don't mean to think it's campy. It really is quite awful.
But the producer claims critics had other motives for reviewing the film.
They were coming off an enormous amount of publicity on that picture, and I think that they knew that by reviewing that picture on their show, they would get higher ratings.
And Richard Barmack produced it. You people have nothing to be proud of, even if you made a few bucks off of all the negative publicity.
Whoa. So they reviewed a movie because they knew reviewing the movie would give them publicity? Aren't they already in the business of reviewing movies? Isn't their bread and butter reviewing movies? So no shit, reviewing a movie is how they get their fucking views. If that's how they get their fucking views, and you're saying they knew full well that reviewing this movie would help them get more views. Yeah, no shit. No shit, Sherlock, of course, yeah. Fucking brilliant deduction. It's literally how their entire business works, how it operates. So yeah, no shit. It's a no-brainer for them to do that. That doesn't make them grifters. Unless you're trying to imply that they knew full well that they misrepresented the movie, okay, maybe that would be a different story. If they misrepresent the movie for views, for ratings, that's a different story.
Truly our blood money.
Shame on you, Siskel, and shame on you, Ebert, because I don't believe you. I think it was the height of hypocrisy for them to take that attitude. If they genuinely were horrified at the picture, they know very well that the most effective thing they could have done is to not review the picture.
If they're genuinely horrified by the picture, they should have just not reviewed it. What kind of bullshit is that? Come on now. You don't get to choose what they show and don't show on their show. You think they can't show things they're horrified by? They cannot show things that... And what would be the point of a rating show if you don't show things you dislike? In fact, especially in the age of like YouTube and like critics, like YouTube critics specifically, a lot of time they get their biggest views from things they don't like. So I guess there could be an argument to be made that they grift in the sense that they kind of over-embellish their hatred or dislike for certain movies in order to get attention. You have channels like I Hate Everything, you have Your Movie Sucks, two big examples, although I Hate Everything isn't specifically movie-oriented, but... You get the idea? Being a negative critic seems to pay the bills. And it must have done the same thing back then too, obviously to a different degree, with a different, it was a different time, different setup, but human biology or human psychology, I mean, doesn't really change that much. Either way, let's see what he says about this.
In this case, their outrage was not a grift. It's a historical example, yes, but it's important to point out, hey, historically,
okay, not a
there have
grift.
been outrage groups against these films. Alternatively, something like the Hays Code could arguably be seen as a grift. Someone trying to censor film due to a perceived fear of societal backlash.
Hold on. How is that a grift? How do they earn the money? The Hays, what was that? Did you say that? Go back to the Hays Code?
Seen as a grift. Someone trying to censor against a grift. It's a historical example, yes, but it's important to point out, hey, historically, there have been outrage groups against these films. Alternatively, something like the Hays Code could arguably be seen as a grift. Someone trying to censor film due to a perceived fear of societal backlash.
The Hays Code was meant to say you cannot make movies with these issues. You cannot make a movie that has these certain degenerate things in it. Of course, you'd have a Jewish influencer here trying to say, hey, that thing that kind of predated, like, the Jewish control of Hollywood, the thing that predated their prominence, that was clearly a bad thing. And when we did away with it and they rose to control, that's a really good thing. That's a really good thing. Of course, he'd be on that side.
To film. That film might corrupt the youth. Same thing happened with Seduction of the Innocent in the comic book sphere. Frederick Wortham attacked both horror comics and superhero comics. The former for inspiring acts of violence and cruelty among youth. And the latter for encouraging, of all things,
homosexual Batman. Yeah, of course. I've seen this comic page here before. Batman sleeping in the same bed as Robin. That was a good sleep. Come on, Dick. A cold shower, a big breakfast. Of course, it doesn't help that his name is Dick. And then down to the Batcave to repair the Batmobile. I'm way ahead of you. That is a bit strange,
does that sound
but
somewhat familiar to you today?
Children are affected very, very early on. You can see kids they grow up in a horrible, violent household, and look how that kind of messes up their mind. Studies show that kids that experience trauma and stuff, it affects them later on. So if they're growing up and they're seeing, lesbians and gays on Disney Plus, they're already conditioning themselves that, hey, I want to suck dick.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Research indicated
you can keep putting that clip on there. Everyone you dislike, it doesn't prove them wrong though. You didn't prove them wrong. So basically, what you did was he made a claim and you went, source. That's what you did. You can make it seem cooler by putting Metal Gear Solid Revengeance on there. Or is that just Metal Gear Rising Revenge? Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. You can try and make your point seem cool by doing that, but what you're really saying is, a source. You fucking dweeb.
Though, that most of this critic's studies were completely bogus. He made up facts wherever he went.
The release of Dr. Wortham's notes and the subsequent research done by Ms. Tilley validated the years of criticism the book had received. There are many examples where Dr. Wortham omitted or added to what was related to him by his subjects. In some cases, he attributed statements from one person to another person or persons, and vice versa.
I have no idea what he's talking about here.
He manipulated statements and edited out
The anti-comics crusade and the seduction of the innocent, strange brain parts. I don't know. He didn't really explain what the fuck he's talking about here, or who's talking. The topic is on I guess the Batman comics, right? That we just saw that clip of. Smart brain parts, I guess, is the person talking, I would assume. And the subject is what? Anti-comics crusade. Okay, but who is this person? Why should I care? What are they talking about? They're saying something about yellow text being changed. I don't know. I wasn't following that.
Notes and the subsequent research done by Ms. Tilley validated the years of criticism the book had received. There are many examples where Dr. Wortham omitted or added to what was related to him by his subjects.
Omitted or added what was relayed to him by his subjects. Okay. Hi, Tyler. What's up? Tyler Highville, how you doing? Welcome to the YouTube chat.
In some cases, he attributed statements from one person to another person or persons.
Okay, so misattributed statements. Okay.
And vice versa. In other words, he manipulated statements and edited out contradictions to support the claims his book was making. Furthermore, he apparently included secondhand information provided to him by contemporaries and by parents without independently verifying its authenticity. Overall, Seduction of the Innocent is a case study in how to falsify evidence to strengthen a position not supported by fact.
This guy...
Okay. What the fuck is Seduction of the Innocent? Is it a book? Did he bring this up? Seduction of the Innocent...
Perceived fear of societal backlash to film. That film might corrupt the youth. Same thing happened with Seduction of the Innocent in the comic book sphere. Frederick Wortham attacked both horror comics and superhero comics.
Okay, so it's a book where he attacks horror comics. Okay. I guess I wasn't listening too deeply. Okay, I actually have no. I don't care about this random book that you read that you think is cool.
That the comics were saying things that weren't actually happened. But he played on the uncertainty and ignorance of his audience in order to convince all the way up to Congress that comics were somehow corrupting the youth of America. In my opinion, there's no difference between what these guys did and what modern-day grifters online are doing. The only difference is they're doing it directly to the audience as opposed to petitioning Congress to make moves for them.
Are people not allowed to give their opinions on comic books? Are people not allowed to talk about media they like and don't like? One's a politician, one's just people with a fucking webcam on the internet.
Two tiers right now. The first being critics you just don't agree with. There are many critics out there who I personally don't agree with. For example, John Campea. John Campea, I think, is the personification of that one Red Letter Media meme.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
A lot of that crowd from the AMC Theaters group.
I don't know who that is. I've never seen this guy.
They tend to have this kind of mentality of just hyping up products and projects. And I didn't always think they made a lot of sense, but I do think that John Campea is authentically a critic. I don't agree with him, but he is a critic. His style of criticism does lend to the idea he understands film, he understands storytelling, and works to uncover if a work is enjoyable, what the audience feels when watching it, as well as if a work accomplishes that which its creator intends. Another critic who I personally disagree with a lot, who I think has bought into the grift but is not a grifter themselves, is Jeremy Johns. Jeremy Johns is a hugely popular critic on YouTube, and I just have not connected with his views for a very long time.
Who cares? Why even include this part?
Trilogy kind of.
Where are we? What weird alternate dimension am I in?
Another Jewish guy. All right, you like Jewish critics. Got it. Get to the point.
The fact that he was the only critic to positively review the movie What is a Woman, the Daily Wire weird docudrama comedy thing, whatever, kind of indicates that he does lean a certain way that I personally do not.
And I'd already heard the comparisons. I do feel that he
provoke a reaction of his audience. He has a political agenda that aligns himself more with a side I personally disagree with.
Are these experts?
All right, I don't want to see this guy. Come on.
The discussion, of course, because he offers a counter argument to a lot of what people on my side might say, but he is still a voice. He also did do blackface that one. that was a thing that he did. That was weird, I'm not gonna lie. Another tier I briefly want to touch upon are the reviewers as entertainment. Reviewers whose intention is
there's a lot of
give you insight.
That's a huge thing. Reviewers as entertainment. Yeah, people do watch fucking. Have a good stream. Thank you, Tyler. I guess you're leaving. Have a good one. Thanks for being here for the brief amount of time you're here. Thank you, appreciate it. I was gonna say that people watch reviews for entertainment. Like that's huge on YouTube. Absolutely.
Site, but just entertain you for about a half hour or so. This is the Nostalgia Critic section, someone whose reviews are not very insightful, but are more focused on creating jokes and memes based on the movies. This is also where I put CinemaSins. These groups of people are people who go into every movie with the same intention, to criticize, to find something to make a joke about, to have memes made about them.
Of course.
And these guys aren't really critics, not really. They don't really offer meaningful critical analysis because the entire time they're focused on providing a product for you to enjoy.
Looks like so can they not do both? Can they not make jokes, make memes, but also do genuine criticism? Is it impossible to do both at the same time? Is it because they're making jokes you don't think they are the quote unquote like what was the word you used? Like I don't know. I can't remember the exact words you used, but are they not actual critics to you? Are they not genuine critics because they make jokes, because they make lighthearted fun of it? You can have an absolute garbage TV show and make fun of it because it's just that bad, and genuinely have genuine criticism that it's awful. These aren't mutually exclusive.
Like this movie spent half its budget on rain machines and made sure key scenes took place with them involved, so we couldn't hear the dialogue.
This bit right here sucks because it's the last scene with rain in it in the whole movie, and it's like 5 minutes in. These folks are also not grifters because they're not trying to grift you for anything.
Okay,
they're trying to make entertainment.
They're not grifters.
As a critical experience, their words are less than useless. A good example of
their words are. Wait, hold on. What did you say? They're less than useless.
And it's like 5 minutes in. These folks are also not grifters because they're not trying to grift you for anything. They're just trying to make entertainment. That means that as a critical experience. Their words are less than worthless. Their opinion can still be valuable. Just because you don't like how they criticize it doesn't mean they don't have valuable opinions. Their words are less than useless. A good example of this is the Nostalgia Critic's Sailor Moon episode, which I think is his worst video, period.
14-year-old
I've never seen it.
Uses magical powers to look slutty and stupid. Talking cat tells her how to fight crime because she's so stupid. Surrounds herself with smarter girls that make her look even more stupid.
That's Sailor Moon.
What?
The formula you're describing is Sailor Moon.
Because it reflects the veneer of critical analysis. While Doug admits at the end he didn't even finish the show.
And guys, that's as far as I got.
Hell,
what define finishing the show? If you're watching Sailor Moon, you mean he didn't finish one episode, or you mean he didn't finish the entire series? Because I wouldn't expect him to finish the entire series.
Barely watched 10 episodes of a 200.
Okay, so you watched 10 episodes. That's enough to get a vibe. That's enough to get a vibe of a TV show. He's not gonna watch every single fucking episode of Sailor Moon to try and criticize it.
3-episode show, yet he makes sweeping statements about the quality of the whole thing, as well as weird sex jokes involving characters who are under the age of 16. That's a thing too.
There's all this talk about Sailor Moon being a sexy 14-year-old pinup. It's all building up to one important question. Given this information, why did I still put her in the top 11 hottest anime women list? I didn't know! I swear I didn't know! I mean, look at the way they're drawn, man!
And then right after that scene, there's this moment.
Oh my god, this is awful.
Turn that back on.
Who said that?
I did.
Penis?
Yeah.
Oh,
dear God.
Remember that part? I do.
Why do you? He's like in his head. He can't get it out of his head. It's like this. I was gonna say the stupid sexy Flanders, not this clip. I was actually gonna go with a different Simpsons clip, the stupid sexy Flanders, where he says it feels like I'm wearing nothing at all, nothing at all, and he can't get Doug Walker's penis out of his mind. Maybe.
There's another type of bad critic that's worth discussing, who's also not a grifter, but is bad, and would deserve to be called out for it. The bad faith critic, or just the bad
faith.
You see,
bad
the thing
faith
with Jeremy
mentioned.
Jahns and John Campea is that neither are bad at what they do. They both offer a perspective that I don't agree with, from a lens I don't agree with. What they point out is still a fair point, even if I don't agree with it.
Is it though? Is it really?
There are many critics out there who look for the worst possible read of a work. In many ways, they might misrepresent the work.
They intentionally look for the worst possible read? What do you mean?
Work. Not so much for a grift, but for the entertainment value of a video. And I'm not saying that every critic has to be right, if right even exists, but there are many critics out there who do tear into a work in a way that's just absurd.
I get you. Okay, I get what he's saying. He's saying that their job is to really criticize. So they go after something and then basically take it all, like, it could be maybe an all-right movie, but they take everything the movie does in bad faith, is his argument. And therefore, they're just like nitpicking everything about the movie, saying it's bad, this, that. They're not even giving the movie a chance, essentially. They're in the work of getting views for negative reviews, so they're just taking a movie and not even giving it a chance, just immediately coming at it from a negative lens, I guess is what he's saying. Is it just me, or is that 3 and the E looks like the same thing, but flipped? It do. You're right. They do look like an E flipped, or a 3 flipped.
Is my old dear friend of the world, Lily Orchard.
And years afterwards, I was dealing with trying to wring analytical content out of
Lily
shows that all go
Orchard?
bad in the same boring, predictable ways, to the point
The one speaking is Lily Orchard. Is this a trans person? Calling it.
I just got so tired of it. That's why I don't like adventure fantasy as a concept. They're all the same, and you try coming up with a new script every 2 weeks
Look
to describe
at
Adventure
it.
Time times 12.
I did.
Lily Orchard is a great example of a terrible critic who is not a grifter. Her critical style is horrendous.
The Last Wish is a by the numbers
3E, yeah, E3. E3 was a great convention once upon a time. E3.
adventure fantasy that stole its aesthetic from Kingdom Hearts and its theme from Soul, but it had a red-eyed edgelord furry as the bad guy, so clearly it's the savior of animation forever from those evil chick flicks.
She fails to comprehend basic information in front of her.
But the superficially mature is something that only young teenagers enjoy, and that's fine. Most people grow out of their that's for babies phase, but even when they do, they probably still find a certain childish glee in splatter movies. Childish glee in splatter movies.
There is no gore and almost no blood in Psycho. No one has ever called it a splatter movie. Did you even watch it? Okay. Chances are she didn't watch it. What? Why are you doing that face, cute kitty? Are you okay? But, I mean, everyone, like, you've never seen the movie, you probably still know that Psycho scene with the drain, where it drains down. I don't know if that's blood or if that's, like, shampoo, but either way, everyone knows that scene, right?
Movies
misrepresents things.
Mature animation simps will often point to Studio Ghibli as the gold standard for adult animation, but I always ask them what their favorite Ghibli film is when they do that, because 9 times out of 10 they'll say Princess Mononoke. A pretty standard kids action.
Are you serious? Who the fuck? You are fucking retarded. Yeah, okay, I don't like this person. 9 times out of 10 they'll say their favorite Ghibli film is fucking Princess Mononoke. No, I don't believe you for a second. I don't believe you for a second. No. 9 times out of 10 they're gonna say Spirited Away, because that's the most basic bitch fucking Studio Ghibli film that anyone could have seen. Like, if they've seen any of them, they've seen that one. N.O.? N.O.? Why you N.O.ing?
An adventure film that follows Miyazaki's usual environmental themes. It's Nausicaa, but with face paints.
Kids, would you step outside for a second?
Twists ideas in a way that's so bizarre and it makes me question, what the fuck is she thinking? But is she a grifter? No. She's not trying to sell a specific idea. In fact, I'm not even sure she has a consistent idea at all in her head. But she offers a very bizarre worldview, one that she has trouble explaining to her audience in the way that's interesting.
A lot
and
of
she
trans
gets angry
people.
at things all the time and looks for the worst possible interpretation.
Bizarre
Her
worldview.
review of Delicious in Dungeon is by far one of the worst reviews I've ever seen, and all of it depicts a presentation of her brain that shows she doesn't really get what she's talking about. Frankly, in a review of Delicious in Dungeon...
But is it entertaining, I guess? So you're saying she's not selling something, but doing bad faith reviews, or even just maybe not even bad faith, but just nonsensical reviews, just because maybe she doesn't watch it, maybe she doesn't understand what she's seeing, but she does these things more so for entertainment purposes. Is that what he's going to say?
Comments on Laios, autistic icon Laios, are concerning.
I can't stand Laios. I find the balance between his inability to match the tone of everyone else in the
Autistic
room and the point where he
icon?
starts
Fuck
taking
off.
things seriously are so wildly out of balance, he just comes off like a dick.
In all her rambling incoherency, all she managed to do is prove she doesn't understand the character of Laios and how he is disconnected from the world, both socially
She doesn't understand the character of Laios.
and emotionally, due to both his upbringing and implied autism.
Maybe she doesn't, but
she's
I don't know.
capable of actually relating and understanding.
I've never read the manga, I've never seen the show.
Or perhaps painfully related to
It's
her.
just irritating
so
hearing
she
this
fails
guy talk about
regard,
anything.
in spades.
What?
And the problem...
Why did that little section have no audio? Autism affects the way you think and express yourself.
She fails this regard.
Your early childhood development was sabotaged by neglect.
In spades.
So this part has no audio for some reason. Stop obsessing over the coffin of Andy and Lele Lily. What?
And the problem
Was
I
that supposed to be a
have is that
joke?
an autistic person's
Did you
disposition
cut the
is often
audio?
attributed solely to their autism and not to anything else that informs your personality. And not just by neurotypical people and fucking autism moms, autistic people do this as well. A neurotypical person is allowed to be a petulant little antisocial asshole, but if an autistic person does the same thing, people often go, well, that's the tism for you. Laios' autistic traits are hyperfixating on monsters and looking at social cues and going, huh, I wonder who that's for. But he's also such a nihilistic misanthrope that he doesn't really care to address or consider either of those things, which compounds both of those issues, not least of which...
Ignoring the fact this read is really ridiculous, it's also staggering how she could watch scenes like this and think Laios hated humanity. If it was so hard to be around
Alright, I've never seen this anime. Get over it.
She boils things down to a level that's overly simplistic when they should be complex, and overanalyzes simple ideas when they're simple. Add to that her tendency to get angry at shows that she's recommended to by her peers and audience.
I have a rule about not taking recommendations. You see, when I was 11, my brother and his friends made me play a really sad visual novel about a girl dying of kidney failure, and ever since then, I've had trust issues. It's also why I have a rule about going into everything pre-spoiled. In general, recommendations are sought for affirmation first and foremost, and as the average schmuck in the YouTube comment section knows about...
Going into everything pre-spoiled? What the fuck? Fuck it off. Like, how can you do this? How do you live like this? As a kid, I was, somebody told me to read a visual novel about a girl dying of kidney cancer, whatever the fuck. And now I never want to be surprised by a piece of media ever again. Never again. I will never go into anything without it being pre-spoiled. That is a fucking mental illness. You have mental I mean, aside from the obvious, okay, this is an additional mental illness. Jesus.
About as much about your taste as they do their own.
And, frankly, her refusal to engage with ideas that others present once she comes to a conclusion herself.
I swear, covering anime when you aren't a weeb is like saying Bloody Mary in the bathroom mirror. If you're negative, you're gonna have the screeching of 1,000 illiterate fucksticks descend upon you like a horde of sweaty, unwashed, transphobic bats. And if you're positive, you're gonna have different shows recommended to you,
we
ranging
called
from the
it.
understandable to the downright deranged.
These are all the shows someone has tried to recommend me in earnest for some reason. Frierin's good, though. I don't know about the other ones. Is that Attack on Titan's okay? Frierin's good. I don't really know the other ones.
She's not a good critic and is really bad, especially due to her tendency to demonize creators that she doesn't like, as well as her own critics. Case in point, me.
Me. Say, Lily does not get writing. For more details, watch this vid. Oh, it's another one of your vids? Is that it?
But I'm not trying to be, I'm not bitter or anything. I think she's ridiculous. So, again, won't miss an opportunity to make fun of Lily Orchard in here, but I will give her this. She's not a grifter, because she's not selling anything. She's not clever enough to...
Does it not count if you're selling your own channel, though?
Also, don't forget, she also is accused of several awful, actual illegal things.
Really?
Can't forget that detail. Another critic I think is worth
focus on that. What are you talking about? What is she accused of? You're just going to gloss over that? You're going to have a little tiny little gloss over? She's accused of some very illegal things. Fucking tell us. Lay it on us. What the fuck do you... What is she accused of?
In the sense,
do I gotta look up Lily Orchard allegations?
Movies,
Google Doc.
To say about them. A great
That's what I should be covering.
As someone who considers myself the Lorax of Harley Quinn, the person who screamed relentlessly day in and day out for years.
The Lorax of Harley Quinn? What?
For DC Comics to stop the horrific things that they did with this character that was once
The
simply
fuck's that mean?
part of a children's Batman cartoon, I feel that it was only a matter of
She
time.
speaks
when it
for
happened early
the-
on that I would get
the
around to
Quins?
doing this video.
I do believe Jester Bell is a grifter, but I also have a hard time figuring out what she's even trying to do.
What is she grifting
Jester
for?
Bell's critical style is so
What is she grifting?
scatterbrained and so unfocused. It's hard to figure out what she's even talking about half the time.
Explaining the worst relationship in comics and why that is Harley and Ivy. No contest, no argument. Why I think that this is objectively the worst relationship
Yeah.
of all in comics,
It
and
is
that
bad.
fallout will be very interesting to explore.
Here's a good idea. Have a point. It makes it so much more interesting.
She did have a point. She had a very obvious point. She thinks that relationship dynamic is awful. Wait, do you know Lily Orchard? I don't know her. I don't know her at all. But this... Why are you stupid, bro? Like, she said her point. She said, I think... Like, it's very straightforward. I think this relationship between Harley and Poison Ivy is bad. It is the worst thing ever. It is awful. Very straightforward point, not hard to understand. Very easy to understand. And he plays a clip that says, you have a point. She had a point right there. Very obvious. Unless the video is about something something else entirely. That clip you showed me shows her having a very straight, solid point. Lily's chance to take a wild guess as to what he did. Grooming? I'll take grooming for 500. Probably, right?
Argument. Why I think that this is objectively the worst
Abjectively
relationship of all in comics, and that fallout will be very interesting to explore.
Here's a good idea. Have a point.
That was her
Makes it
point.
so much more interesting for the listener.
In many cases, she talks about movies in ways that seem to
She just gave her
else
point.
talk about it and is echoing ideas off of that. It's very bizarre, and even though you can tell she's still selling into rage bait, I don't think she's as active a grifter as the stuff people can talk about later, who are more deliberate and more focused.
What is she selling, though? Because you made it a point that they're trying to sell you something. What is she selling you? Because you also made a point that other channels... You said basically that Lily Orchard was not a grifter because she's not selling anything. Okay, now this other person, as far as I know, she's not selling it. You haven't defined what she's selling, so she should also be considered nonsensical, but also not a grifter. If you're going to call her a grifter, why are you calling her a grifter?
With their grift. Her unfocused nature makes it very hard for me to really get her point. I think what she's doing is she's feeding into rage bait to get attention online. I don't believe she authentically believes half of what she's talking about. It's just too bizarre and too repetitive.
Okay, so you just think she's lying. You think... Okay, so the crux of the issue is... It's not... Okay. So if someone is building their own fan base, building their own channel, and they genuinely believe what they're saying, not a grift. They're doing the exact same thing, but they're pretending to dislike something, or at least making up points they don't actually agree with, in your opinion. That's grifting. All right, I understand. I got you. All right, you think she's not genuine. I think she is genuine. I mean, from what I saw, from what little I saw, you've clearly seen more than me, but from what little I've seen of her, I think she is genuine. Just, you know, if she's nonsensical, maybe she's just a nonsensical person. Not everyone makes a lot of sense. But she might genuinely believe... She might not be that intelligent for all I know. I don't know.
I think what she's doing is chasing trends online, and that's an important distinction. The grifter does not simply chase trends online. The grifter hones in on a certain sales tactic to sell something to you. That's not the...
You just said you think she's... Okay, let me go back. You think she's a grifter. A. B. You think she's following trends online. C. Grifters don't just follow trends online. Are you debating yourself here? Hold on.
Don't believe she authentically believes half of what she's talking about. It's just too bizarre and too repetitive. I think what she's doing is chasing trends online.
All right. You think she's a grifter, and what you think she's doing is chasing trends online. Okay.
And that's an important distinction. The grifter does not simply chase trends online. The grifter hones in on a certain sales tactic to sell something to you. That's not the same thing as someone who just randomly shouts all the time about a nonsensical topic and seems to be confused.
Then she's not a grifter, then, by your definition.
Discussing. This category is...
She's not a grifter by your definition, then. Had to refresh myself on Lily Orchard, but it wasn't grooming. He SA'd his sister. Oh, that's fucked up. I didn't think it was going to go that direction. I mean, I often hope that it's not that fucked up, but that's fucked up. Why didn't he mention that? Why did he gloss over it? That's pretty fucking serious to mention. Just glossing over that, being like, oh, there's, they did some bad stuff that are illegal. Like what? Tell me. This is your video. Entertain me.
Also where it plays someone like Just a Robot, someone who's really bad at making critical analysis, but also clearly a racist.
Hell, even anime
really bad at making content or making analysis, but also clearly a racist. What? How is that related?
characters like Ash, Sailor Moon, Goku, Naruto, Ichigo, Luffy, Eren Yeager, Saitama, Deku, and just so many other anime characters look white.
And of course...
What? Hold on.
Yeager, Saitama...
A racist.
Hell, even anime characters like Ash, Sailor Moon, Goku, Naruto, Ichigo, Luffy, Eren Yeager, Saitama, Deku, and just so many other anime characters look white.
They do look white. How is that racist? Tell me those don't look white to you. Show me the black person in this picture. Sir. Show me the black person in this picture. They look white. They're clearly, and many of them are intentionally trying to go for European aesthetic. That's why you'll have some of them with blonde hair, such as you have Edward Elric right there. They'll have blonde hair. They'll have non-brown eyes. You have Naruto with the blonde hair, and I don't remember what color his eyes are, but... Guess what? The Japanese love the European beauty standard. They do. They want to lighten their skin. They want to look as pale as possible. They want weird hair colors, not just... Guess what? Most Asians have black hair. Black to brown, varying degrees of shades of hair like that is not very... And look at their anime. Look at all the various colors. They want to be something they're not. That was the reason for the coffin of Andy and Lele joke? Oh. Oh. Okay, I get it. That's disturbing, but I get it. I get it, alright. It's a little... He didn't really make a big deal out of it. It was a little side gag. I get it. Okay.
Goku, Naruto, Ichigo, Luffy, Eren Yeager, Saitama, Deku, and just so many other anime characters look white.
And of course, there's that...
He didn't even do it. He didn't even offer like a counterpoint. He's just like, clearly they are not white. Facepalm. Let me do a GIF that makes it... This GIF shows that I've beated you. Wow. I don't know who is this fucking... This guy looks like he's 15.
One British kid. That kid also is another example of a terrible bad faith critic because he's just a racist. He's just a bigot. He's just shouting.
Can you not have legit criticism and be racist? Are these mutually exclusive? I mean, this Jewish guy would think so. What if I said you cannot be Jewish and be a genuine critic? What if I say you cannot separate your Jewish identity from your criticism? It's impossible because you'll always subconsciously push Jewish values. Would you think that's true? Would that be valid to you? Probably not. Probably not, right? Asian culture literally go through beauty transformations to have lighter skin. Exactly. Yeah, what I was saying. Yeah, they just like Asian beauty standards are pretty fucking. They're more Euro focused. They're more Eurocentric than Europe is. It's ridiculous.
Shouting bigotries into the air in hopes that something will stick. What he's saying is completely incoherent. He's not grifting so much as, again, rage baiting for profit. That's a different thing, but also worthy of criticism.
Well, is it a grift, though? You're not making... What you're saying is a grift and isn't a grift is all over the fucking place. Sometimes it's a grift, sometimes it's... What is the grift? Tell me, okay. Name the grifters. Name the bully. No, name the grifters. Say this person is a grifter. The only one I got you got to say was a grifter was that one chick talking about fucking Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn. And then even then it didn't make sense because by your own definition, she wasn't a grifter. Now you're saying if they're racist, they're not genuine critics, but you're not calling them grifters either?
All these critics deserve pushback. The difference is, are they grifting?
Yeah, there you go. Okay, are they grifting?
I don't think so.
So who the fuck's grifting? You don't think they're grifting? Then who the fuck is grifting? Who's grifting? Are there zero grifters out there?
What they are doing is rage baiting. And again, that's bad too. But
is rage bait not grifting? I feel like this guy would say it is.
Then we come across a really strange...
This guy's rage baiting me right now. He's trying to rage bait me.
Exception. I want to talk about two, separate from everything else, where we dive into real, full-blown grifters. And that's Mahler. Mahler is a strange...
Oh, no.
He aligns himself constantly...
Oh, no. All right, he brought up Shad diversity earlier. I should have known it was going to come to this direction. We're talking movie critics, right? I don't know why I didn't consider that Mahler would come up. I see Rags in Mahler, Rags, Shad diversity. What I fucking forgot his name. Heel versus Babyface, the one that was people call the Thumb, who was yelling about pronouns. Critical Drinker, of course, somewhere in here. I don't know these other people. I haven't watched EFAP in a long while, but I did used to watch a lot of it. Lily Orchard is a grifter rage baiter, to be honest, though. Probably. I don't doubt that. I'm just surprised this guy's not calling her a grifter then. I'm like, this guy seems so... We'll see. It sounds like he said he's going to start laying it out. Like, it sounds like at some point... Okay, there is a section here. Call it a little bit of a spoiler, but there's a section called The True Grifters. There's a section where he's going to actually start naming names. So I guess I'm jumping the gun a little bit. Because I'm like, all right, you keep mentioning people. You keep saying that they're doing things that you think aren't genuine criticism, but then you keep saying they're not grifters. So who the fuck do you think is a grifter? We'll find out soon enough. Of course, Critical Drinker is on there. I bet he talks about him. Probably, most likely. It turns out probably this is just mostly an anti-EFAP video. That's probably what this is really about. It's like, I don't like anyone who's vaguely conservative and a movie critic. Yo, what up, Stevie J? Catgirl Monday. Indeed, how you doing? Welcome. Good to have you here. Welcome.
With real grifters.
I was going to say, we're vaguely connected because you're familiar with a couple of guys from FNT, right? Or Geeks and Gamers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see them every once in a while. We sort of mix stuff together.
Oh, you pals with them?
Yeah.
Oh,
Jeremy,
cool, okay.
on very good terms with, and Ryan.
I didn't know what I'm getting into.
He's working with them actively right now with Eric July's little comic imprint.
Hi everyone, it's Az here from Heel versus Babyface.
What's the problem?
The cat is out of the bag. And
the cat's out of the bag.
I'm very proud to bring you this.
As well as aligning himself with the Critical Drinker on some movie projects. But I don't know if Mahler counts as a grifter. I think he counts, again, as someone who baits and pushes and all that, but I think he fully believes everything he's saying.
Absolutely.
A grifter is artificial. A grifter acknowledges that what they're saying is
okay, that's fair.
Nonsense or snake oil.
I was going to say, yeah, I do genuinely believe Mahler believes what he's saying, yeah. Reactor Neko doing the reacts, absolutely. It's reacty time. Maybe I got to make Mondays react days. I don't know, but because Mondays kind of suck, don't they? I'm not... okay, Mr. Garfield here, but I do hate Monday. It was that was the pronouns guy. True. Heel versus Babyface.
Welcome to every video we make. We use one little thing and then we build a narrative out of it. Don't act like that's not what we do.
I don't build a narrative. I
You're
give
an
my
absolute
opinion.
fucking what we do. You've made the same fucking video on the same topic at least 7 times a week, Ryan. And you're gonna act like we don't do that. I talk about one fucking thing and we make a whole video out of it. That's what we do.
I talk about things that are in the news, and when something comes out that's an update to that, I talk about it, Jeremy. And guess what? If fucking there were more episodes of One Piece come out and I cared about something like that or something that was topical, that
confirmed One Piece here. So what?
Mahler, I believe.
So what? What you say? He's like flagging this guy, like, hey, look at everyone attack this guy. He's a confirmed One Piece hater. Who cares? What? All right. I mean, if you like One Piece that much, I don't know.
Firmly believes every single criticism he has that he makes. I think he's just full of himself.
There is an ongoing conversation about objectivity versus subjectivity. I have been made an example of by a handful of people as the channel who thinks his opinions are facts.
He's just arrogant.
Well, to be fair, yeah, okay. Fair assessment, I would say Mahler is kind of arrogant. He has the accent, which doesn't help. He has an accent that doesn't help, but he is a bit arrogant. He's a little bit conceited. Because I like Mahler. I watched a lot of Mahler. I do like watching his reviews, but he does portray his points as objectively true. Which, I mean, I would do the same thing, honestly. But I'm just like, I don't know if that's always the case. Not every single time has he said something was objectively true, and it was. Not every time. Sometimes, granted, but I'm just like, Mahler is somewhat conceited, but I do think he's a genuine critic. He believes his points. Apparently, maybe he believes them too much. I'm in agreement with a lot of modern critics where sex scenes in movies is pointless, but that labels me as right-leaning for some reason. Yeah, that's kind of dumb. Sex scenes, I'm trying to think why they might have been added to begin with. I mean, it's like to... I don't know. Obviously, it's meant to entice. It's meant to, like, be provocative and such. But, yeah, I mean, I think there's no real. It always feels weird when they put in like it feels like a movie has to have a romance. They have to have some sort of subplot where it's a romance. You don't need that. You don't need it. Some movies it does help. Some movies it actually is a benefit. Many it's not necessary. And I wish more movies would get off like having to have like this kind of like it has to have this. It has to have a chase scene. It has to have a romantic interest. It has to have like a climactic gun battle. Like try and write your script outside the box a little bit. Try and come up with like unique scripts. I know that's easier said than done, but I'm just like, it does get tiring when they just constantly do the tried and true. Shad Diversity is the sword expert guy. He was on the panel. Yeah, I know Shad Diversity. Absolutely. But yeah, true. Sword expert. I know on EFAP they often talk to him about like when they're talking about a fight scene. They're like, all right, well specifically swords in general. Like if they're watching a scene in a movie and they're talking about how realistic it is and it's involving swords, they'll often ask him specifically. But yeah,
it's the difference between Mauler and another critic who might be bullshitting.
Give us a bad one.
Because Mauler's not bullshitting anyone. He genuinely.
You can have intimate moments without sex. That's true too.
He hyper focuses on tiny details to the point where he misses the bigger ideas of what he points out. I've already made a video diving into Mauler's technique, but I think it's important to bring Mauler up because he's such an odd example in the critical landscape. And a lot of people point this out too, even on Mauler's own subreddit.
Hold on. If I had one criticism for EFAP, it's the way they critique things gives the impression that every film they watch nearly so. It's the worst film that ever exists. They also tend to play this up with their scores, where everything gets like a 2 out of 10. I think this also made it so that most of the audience craves that negativity. Yeah, I mean, well, we've talked about this in the previous point where it's like your gimmick becomes hating movies. Like Your Movie Sucks is a prime example because he's named after that. I hate everything. Everyone goes to his channel to see what does he hate today. What's this thing that he hates today, right? So Your Movie Sucks. We go, what's this movie he hates now? It does become their character, their gimmick at some point. I think this has also made it so that I read that. I think it sucks the joy out of watching things in a normal way. I think it may be stopping people from being able to enjoy things in a positive light. Not everything has to be a 10, but things that are 5 to 9 range both do exist and are enjoyable to watch. I say this as someone who has watched almost every EFAP that has been put out, except for the War Arc movies, because I really don't care for Shad. Damn. It also does make me hesitate to keep watching because I know it has this kind of I know this kind of negative has an effect on people. Negativity, you mean? And me personally, I want to find joy in things. Well, that's my piece. Crucify me as you will. Well, fuck off. You're very much overstating your importance here. Your 8 upvotes. Crucify me if you will. That is just my opinion. Neko, are you drinking a White Monster? I am. What the fuck? I am drinking a White Monster. How'd you know? You must redeem. Do it. Do it. I'm probably gonna clip this. I keep saying this, but I mean it. Okay. I have a couple things I need to clip into YouTube episodes. I'm gonna clip this react into a YouTube thing. Because then I can tag in Mauler there. I can tag Mauler, Rags, Shad Diversity. Maybe I shouldn't, but I had to try to say that 3 times. Yeah, the negativity thing. Yeah. Anyway. Thank you for the glasses, Stevie J. Appreciate it. Thank you.
In recent months and years, Mauler has become increasingly negative. He doesn't seem to have any fun anymore. Previously, he would have at least some contradictory opinions to open up a discussion. But now it seems increasingly that Mauler is antagonistic to any perspective that counters his own.
A great example of this was his recent Superman review, where every single person on the podcast somehow just plain hated the movie and had an extremely negative opinion on it.
I've seen a few people saying it's a 6. That's way too high, guys. With all of the stuff that
there does seem to be.
Depends whether or not you agree, but I mean, with everything that's sort of.
The Superman breakdown is one of the worst EFAPs they have ever made, not because they didn't like it, but because they fundamentally do not understand these characters. There is a phenomenon, after watching like hundreds of EFAPs, like several days worth of EFAPs, right? There is a phenomenon I've noticed where sometimes you'll have, and they've argued over this. I've seen little like bickering over this in certain EFAPs as well. But there will be an occasion where someone will have a differing opinion to Mahler. Like, okay, so it's all good. If everyone agrees with Mahler, it's all good. It's all peachy keen, and it keeps going as usual. Everyone keeps going. They flow. They hate. The hate will flow. They flow and hate. And they talk about bad things they don't like. They talk about the things how it did wrong. As long as you all agree with Mahler. The second you slightly disagree with him, and maybe I'm exaggerating a bit, but when you have someone who disagrees with him and says, no, I actually disagree, this is good, or whatever, you know, something that's different from what Mahler said, suddenly the whole show breaks down. The show stops. It's like, hold the phone, stop the presses. Everything comes to a halt, and like, hold on. We need to get to the bottom of this right now. And then it becomes, all right, now you're in a debate with Mahler. Now no, you disagree with me? Now we're gonna no, I'm right. It's my show. All right, let's talk it out. And then everyone on the sidelines is like, it is Mahler's show, so I feel obligated to agree with him. I mean, maybe they genuinely do. I'm just kind of painting a picture here, how it feels as a viewer when this happens, and it is sometimes uncomfortable to watch. It's sometimes uncomfortable to watch this dynamic. But then eventually they'll be like, either they'll give up or they'll be like, no, differences will be different. You know, we'll just say we believe different things. They rarely let that happen, but sometimes that'll happen, or they'll just reluctantly agree with Mahler, and then they move on. They'll reluctantly agree and then they move on. I've seen that happen at least. It's been so long since I've even watched EFAP. I'd have to say it's happened at least 2 to 3 times. Something like that, where just the whole show halts and then they have to discuss it out. But yeah, that is something I've noticed. Maybe that's what he'll get into.
Outline. This film was riddled with problems, and like the stuff that's good doesn't.
No question. Why is Fringy is the name I was trying to remember. Why is Fringy expecting Superman to be bad? Like, I know EFAB in general isn't looking forward to it due to James Gunn not being as good as he used to. Though I enjoy Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Guardians, is that what they call it? And superhero films in general, but being bad, but he seems to not look forward to this movie in particular. I see. Try to say with the tongue out. I don't think I can stick the tongue out. I can go yeah, see, there's a tongue. I can't stick my tongue out though. I can't. I'm sorry, I tried. Sometimes the mouth wants to cooperate, sometimes it doesn't, and that sounds wrong. Anyway, I tried. Are these the people that self-publish their terrible comic books? Are they? Do they have? I don't remember if they have a comic book or not. I think one of them might. I don't remember though. Oh, maybe you're thinking of like there are like the Comicsgate people. There's the Comicsgate people. One of them went and made their own comic, or I think a couple of them actually went and made their own comics. Maybe you're thinking of them. I don't think these people are more focused on like movies. Anyway, Fringy, I think EFAP. I didn't watch those episodes, but I have a feeling they watched, like they saw the preview images and kind of already went in wanting to dislike it. Neko, quit Coomer baiting. I'm not Coomer baiting. He asked me a question. I'm not Coomer baiting. But yeah, anyway.
Really rise to such an extent that it can compensate for these problems.
There is a great response to this review that goes into detail about every single thing that they seem to either get wrong about the film,
who's SK?
Or overemphasize about the film, or deliberately misunderstand the film that I'll just reference here. And because of that, he's only further isolated
you're not going to go into it?
Refused to grow and change as a critic. While his peers have developed, he hasn't. And that's why he surrounds himself with other grifters. Because they
other grifters? Damn. Okay, you're calling them all grifters? This is why he surrounds himself with other grifters? Damn.
Challenge him. They kind of just take him as this sort of person who can do no wrong, so to speak. In fact, I think one point that's interesting is when he pushed back on other figures in his own sphere.
Kenobi show, is a show that we had been waiting for, arguably, screw arguably. It was the most important show that Star Wars could ever have released after George sold it to Disney.
I can't. No, it just never should have happened.
It's the most important show they could ever release. Maybe.
Well, no, because we had both ends of it.
What show are we talking
about? We had
about?
episode 4. It was totally unnecessary.
Most notably, Star Wars Theory's criticisms about Andor.
I was going to say that sort of feels like maybe where we split significantly. Where I thought Andor was excellent and it's the best thing that Disney's ever made for Star Wars.
Oh no! Wait, Mahler liked Andor? Really? What the fuck? I didn't expect that. What? Neko, I think you were tricked into a weird sex thing. Let's hope not. Let's hope not.
Tell you in a particular way, but you think it's boring and maybe good, but not Star Wars Blade Runner-ish. We see Kathleen Kennedy as a problem, as of course has been highlighted now by South Park. But we actually see Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni also to blame for damaging Star Wars. Meanwhile, I think you see them as more the correct custodians to take it forward.
I think they're the only custodians we have.
And because of that, it kind of pushed Star Wars Theory out of the circle he had been starting to come into over the last few years. Star Wars Theory, by the way, I don't know if he's a grifter or not, but I do believe that he also partakes in a grift of sorts. Though I will say this, I think a problem with Star Wars Theory...
I'm sorry, I just saw him cross his arms like he's getting serious now. Sorry, that made me laugh. Just watch him. I can't take it seriously, but watch him cross his arms. He's like, now it's serious mode. What it makes me think of is like when you see those like animated, like when you have someone who has an animated avatar and they're like a dragon or some sort of furry, and then they cross their arms. You know, business. You know, it's about to be business. You know, they upset. You know, they mad. They're really gonna tell you how they think. That's what it reminds me of.
It's in a grift of sorts. Though I will say this.
I will say this. Oh, I gotta see it again. Oh.
I will say this. I think a problem with Star Wars Theory is that he... No, Star Wars Theory is a grifter. What I'm talking about.
What? What?
Star Wars Theory is that he... No, Star Wars Theory is a grifter. What I'm talking about.
Star Wars Theory is a grift that we won't talk about? Or we will talk about soon? What? Tier 5. Are these all tiers? Why does he call them tiers? Are these not just sections of your fucking video? Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Why not just call them Section 1, Section 2, or even Act 1, Act 2? Why are you calling them tiers? Alright. The cardboard cutout character behind him is so pretty in the show. Which one? Cardboard cutout. You mean the plushie? I don't really see the cardboard cutout. Oh, you mean the it's a different guy. The other guy. The Ashoka series. Okay. Is it Ashoka or Ahsoka? She has white hair. Oh, okay. I know who you're talking with the blunt cut hair. Okay, I know who you're talking about. Everyone with a different opinion than me is a grifter. That is essentially, yeah, that's what I'm getting out of this.
Video he makes hyperemphasizes a small problem into a big ordeal, sometimes not even addressing things. About a year ago, there was a controversy that was started when Star Wars Explained, another Star Wars criticism channel, started discussing how certain figures in the Star Wars critical landscape, who are grifters, were being extremely bigoted towards minorities.
Who are grifters? He had to add in there, who are grifters. Is this the same guy?
I want you all to pay attention to something.
It is him! This is the same guy we're watching now, but he's younger and has different hair. Okay. But he called them because they dislike minorities, therefore they cannot be real. They cannot be real critics. This guy seems to hold the opinion that if you dislike minorities, you cannot be a real critic. I'm not sure I understand how that doesn't seem to make any sense, but that seems to be a standpoint. If he thinks you dislike, well, let me clarify. If he thinks you dislike minorities, you are a grifter. It's like instantly. You're a grifter. You're not a legit critic.
Something that is not mentioned in the beginning of this discussion. Dear Team YouTube, last week, actor Amanda Stenberg, they, posted candid comments to Instagram about the rampage of bigotry and vitriol that she had received since leading the cast of The Acolyte, the latest addition to the Star Wars universe. Stenberg's experience is not new. In fact, this known tactic was initially provoked by...
Oh, no. No, are we going to talk about Gamergate? Hold on. Oh, no. Milo, I can't say his name. Milo, no, I can't say it. Yiannopoulos, or that'll be good enough. That'll be good enough. Milo, though, is mentioned. Milo
Yiannopoulos, who aggressively targeted Ghostbusters actor Leslie Jones under the guise of film criticism. After prolonged insults against her Ghostbusters character resulted in harassment against Jones on Twitter, Yiannopoulos claimed Jones was...
He stumbled over it, too, okay? It's not just me.
Against the harassment. The aggressive gaslighting of Jones' experience resulted in Yiannopoulos being banned from Twitter. 8 years later...
You can't say anything bad, because then everyone's gonna, it's gonna result in harassment. Everyone should just like movie, just consume product and get excited for next product. You cannot be a critic on anything, because it's gonna result in harassment, okay? Don't criticize anything that could result in harassment. If they want to put a big, fat, black girl as the main actor in a Star Wars film, you better like it, or at least you better not say anything bad, because that could lead to harassment.
Yiannopoulos' playbook against marginalized actors has burgeoned into a multi-million-dollar business on...
It all leads back to Gamergate, baby! Yeah, really, seriously. Gamergate fucking broke the minds of so many weirdos on the internet. It's insane.
This playbook's biggest target, Star Wars. As fans of the Star Wars franchise, we have tirelessly witnessed a handful of YouTube creators continuously drive prolonged insults and harassment against marginalized actors and members of our community.
Marginalized actors.
The Star Wars fandom demands that
That's kind of I feel like, okay. Is that not an oxymoron? Is that not the epitome of an oxymoron? You have someone who is in Hollywood. They are an actor or actress. They probably made tens of thousands of dollars at the very least in doing this like very publicly visible job. They have fans. And you're saying they are marginalized actors. How are they marginalized? What is marginalizing them? I feel like they're privileged. To be an actor is privilege. Marginalized actors? I don't know about that.
YouTube enforce its community guidelines against prolonged insults and incitement of targeted harassment towards women of color by demonetizing the following YouTube channels: Geeks and Gamers, Ryan Cannell, RK Outpost, and Nerdrotic.
Do you think that's fair? Do you think it's fair to demonetize these channels because they had a criticism you didn't agree with? Of course he does. Of course he does. Look at that nose. Of course he does. Of course he thinks you said something bad about a woman of color. We're going to take away your money from your platform. Yeah, of course. Her name, I looked up the character name and posted the picture in Discord. It's Shin Hati? Shin Hati? I don't know. It's the name of the character? Gotcha. I've never actually seen that character before. He's just racist. He sees brown skin and he automatically classifies them as marginalized, right? I wouldn't... Leslie Jones has made tons of money off of Ghostbusters and other movies. She's a successful actress. As much as I don't like her, and many other people don't like her, she's a successful actress. Her face and her name are in fucking magazines and shit. You know, she is not a marginalized actor. I'm sorry, but when you grow up like I did, where blacks are everywhere, they aren't marginalized anymore. Right. You become the marginalized. The roles shift when you're the minority. Yeah. Alabash, you weren't here earlier, but I was making fun of his... he has a very stereotypical like Jewish accent. That maybe that's a Brooklyn accent, but it's like if you were gonna make a racist caricature of a Jewish person, he's got that accent and he's got the schnoz, and I can't help but notice it. Anyway, and he has those opinions too. He's presenting those opinions, so it's like you are a cartoon character.
Noticeably, there are 3 channels mentioned, and none of them are Star Wars Theory. Geeks and Gamers championed RK Outpost with 319,000 subscribers, a channel that frequently targets marginalized actors, including Moses Ingram, a black American cast member in the TV series Kenobi. Days before Ingram called out racist backlash against her Instagram, RK Outpost called Ingram a quote-unquote lunatic who can do nothing other than play the victim. RK Outpost has recently referred to Ingram's Kenobi character, Reva, as dumb and...
His character.
A certain slur I don't like to say out loud.
Oh! A slur. Hold on. What? Where is it? Hold on. I see RK Outpost called Ingram a lunatic who can do no other than play the victim. And you didn't exactly prove him wrong, though. You proved RK Outpost right. He played the victim, and guess what? He got the channel demonetized. You're proving him right. Who has recently referred to Ingram's Kenobi character, Reva, as dumb and retarded. Is it the retarded word you don't want to say? Is that the slur? Are you serious, bro? Bruh. Oh my gosh. Samuel Jackson is so marginalized. I must stand up for him. I can't believe they made him a Jedi Master when he could have been a double Jedi Master. Neko, I have you on my TV. I've been here the whole time. Good. You better be. Good. Anyway.
They made this whole big statement, went into detail about all the details about the situation in Star Wars fandom, and they mentioned Star Wars Theory.
Slur detector Neko on the case. Fine, I gotta sniff out the slur. Where is it? I want to say it. Basically, yeah.
Someone who was influenced by these grifters. The hate campaign against Amandla has been so profitable that many other major YouTubers have joined the attacks on Amandla. And this is where Star Wars Theory enters the picture. At the bottom of this document, you
probably should have just clarified what Star Wars Theory was. If you're going to go to a whole section, Your whole section, your tier 5 is Star Wars theory. You know what you should have started with? A synopsis or even just a brief paragraph, a summary. Could have been one sentence, but a summary on what you call Star Wars theory. You should have clarified what that is first. Anyway, I guess he's getting to that now. Retard being a slur, you can't say how retarded, right? Right?
Side note, including Star Wars Theory with 3.3 million subscribers. Easily the biggest channel mentioned here. How many more good faith content creators will turn to profitable hate campaigns if this behavior is permitted to continue with no repercussions? And Star Wars Theory...
How dare people have opinions? You have the wrong opinion. You shouldn't have a channel. We cannot support opinions we don't support politically. Fuck off. Fuck off. Let people disagree. Let people hate things. Bruh.
Made the entire controversy about himself.
Welcome to another video. This is one I didn't want to make. I didn't think I would have to make, but at this point I've kind of had enough. And we're going to go into a lot of detail here with fellow Star Wars YouTubers, Star Wars Explained, a few others. Just shitty to me in general. I'm going to tell you guys about my experience. These people who are leading a campaign, an organized hate campaign for years against me. And now I see that they've lumped me in with some of my colleagues.
Wait, yeah, what is the source on this? This Dear Team YouTube. Who wrote this? Here's screenshots of their manifesto from the Star Wars girl, I guess. Star Wars girl is, I think, on the side of Mauler and them. Mauler and co. Here's screenshots of their manifesto. Can you imagine being that mentally unhinged? You get together as a group in attempts to tell down people just because they disagree and are more popular than you. These people need to see a psychiatrist. Dear Lord. Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying, is the whole thing is basically, you disagree with me. You can't do that. You can't disagree with me. Get demonetized.
Friends online to have our channels demonetized and essentially sending a letter to YouTube to abolish, destroy. I know Alex is behind all this, but he's just such a sackless guy that he just can't do it himself, and he has to have his wife do it for him. People aren't watching your stuff, even with all of the free press and extra stuff that Lucasfilm and Disney give you. I mean, maybe that should tell you something. Maybe people just don't like you.
All while selling his replica lightsabers in every single video he made.
Is it about This Week in Clickbait? Is it about Alex not being able to sleep at night and you having to freaking coddle him so that he could sleep because another channel was putting out content that was getting more views?
15% off sale is now officially
live. How does this
Go to
disprove anything he said?
right now and use code SABERSCHOOL15 for 15% off the entire site.
Now,
how does that, you went all while he sells lightsabers? How does that take away from his point whatsoever? It sounds like you're just bitter. He got his channel taken down because he gave opinions that people didn't like. People are not, his channel wasn't taken down. It looks like his channel was demonetized because he gave opinions that were not PC. And he said that's stupid. People should be allowed to disagree, essentially, right? That makes sense. You would think as critics, people should be allowed to criticize things freely, yes, even if you disagree with it. Oh, but you don't think he's legitimately criticized. It's not legitimate criticism if he quote unquote hates brown people, right? So you just apply that to anyone. You can apply that to anyone. This person doesn't like that we put a bunch of brown people in this TV show. Their criticism is invalid. In fact, they are promoting a hate campaign. In fact, they should be demonetized. And what happens? Only people that you like, only people that agree with you are what's left. And it sounds a little bit like you're trying to control the narrative, doesn't it? And then you're trying to dismiss his point by saying, well, he sells lightsabers. What the fuck does that matter? How does that change anything? You said earlier that if they genuinely believe what they're saying, they're not a grifter, right? He sounds like he genuinely believes what he's saying. He said it and got demonetized for it. If he was a grifter, he would probably avoid saying things that get him demonetized, no?
Am I saying Star Wars Theory is a grifter? Yes, I am.
Yeah, okay, see, there you go. You're an idiot. All right. I knew from the start, but there you go. You've proven you're an idiot. And we got more to come because he's going to go down the path of here's all the grifters, right? Here's the first one. He's just outright saying, yes, this person's a grifter, outright.
I'm saying that he rage baited to create advertisements to sell his replicas about an issue that didn't involve him. He put himself in there, and in all of his discussions about it, he was selling his toys, selling his business, talking about how any criticism of him is an attack on his business, an attack on the people he employs, and how dare this man, again, he made it all by himself. He made up a problem.
Was he involved? What was he not named? Maybe I'm not reading that right. Was he not named in that document? But either way, it's people like him. Is he not allowed to do a show about how people like him are getting demonetized? Does that not stick more to it? Let's say he's not one of the people demonetized. If he's giving his opinion, and he knows full well that he could be demonetized for it, because there are people actively being demonetized for it, does that not lead more credence to him believing what he's saying? He's actively selling a product. He clearly is trying to, he's doing it for money. If he's saying something that he knows could lead to him getting less money, that should lead credence to him genuinely believing what he's saying. Not that he's out for some bucks. He's not out for money then. You, sir, are fucking retarded. How is my cutie pie Neko doing? I'm doing great. How are you doing? Good to see you. I wrestled a bear once. How you doing? Yes, advertising your company is bad and discredits anything you say. But this insert, I can't say that, but is anti-capitalist. Well, he's probably pro-capitalism, but with certain controls supporting certain people. If it supports the right people, he's very pro-capitalist, I'm sure. But at the end of the day, with those controls, is that really capitalism? Who's to say? But yeah, I don't know. This guy's not. He's all over the place. He's calling some people grifters. He's calling some people not grifters, and his definition for what a grifter is all over the place. He's not being consistent whatsoever.
That wasn't a problem about himself, and he did it all as an advertisement for his business. I think the entire thing was extremely artificial.
He risked demonetization as an advertisement for his business. Is it not? If I go to his channel and I go to all his views, or many of his videos, all of his videos, I don't know. But if I go to many of his videos, even ones that are not related to Star Wars, is he still selling his fucking lightsabers? Guess what? He probably just does that with every fucking video. Every video since he started that business, he's probably advertising his own business. It's probably not necessarily even related to the point of the video. I bet you anything before that video, he also advertised it in the video prior.
Artificial and extremely heady. And I think as time goes on more and more and more...
Like, if you might have a point, if it's like, oh, there's this Star Wars controversy, well, I'm selling lightsabers right now. If that was what happened, you might have a point. But I highly doubt that's what happened.
I think more people are realizing how superficial a lot of what he had to say truly is.
Famously, when this guy watched Andor, which is unanimously agreed to be one of the greatest Star Wars shows made.
Unanimously, Andor, am I missing something? Andor is unanimously agreed to be one of the greatest Star Wars shows ever made. I mean, it's not, well, first of all, I guess it's not a very high bar. It's not a very high bar. When your standard is Star Wars TV shows, it doesn't have to overcome much. But, alright, I'll let you see what he says. I've never watched it, so I can't really say, I guess.
Period. He had some odd feedback about screws.
It's just whatever.
Unanimously agreed? Oh no, right?
Kind of a forgettable show. Look, acting was great. Cinematography was great. The writing was good. But it was a lot of little things. I mean, when we saw the camera in the previous episode, there were like screws in the wall. When we see certain architecture, it's just bricks. It's not smooth stone or sandstone or whatever it might be that was in prequels or the originals, which kind of gives you the feel.
That's legit criticisms. He's saying it's forgettable and there's a lack of attention to detail. Those are two valid points. Let's see.
Star Wars. The whole thing about Star Wars is to feel like it's from a galaxy far, far away. It didn't do that.
And while
that's a valid criticism. Star Wars is meant to take you out of the fucking realm of like normal mundane life. It's supposed to feel like a place far, far away. If it feels like it's fucking the hardware store with screws in the wall, you lose that fucking like that feel that you're in like this sci-fi fantasy world. So those are valid points. They have a lack of attention to detail, and it was ultimately forgettable. Are very valid criticisms, very valid critic points that someone would make in a criticism. A genuine criticism. Mandalorian and Clone Wars were the only good ones? I see. Mandalorian is known as the good Star Wars show. True. Yeah, I mean, that's what I hear. Anytime someone's like, oh, what's a good Star Wars show? It's Mandalorian. There's not many shows, is there? I don't know. Low bar, yeah. Absolutely.
Maybe those feelings are authentic. He always coupled it with some self-promotion for his own work.
Okay, so maybe they're authentic. Yeah, why wouldn't they be?
Along the way. Rage baiting at every new bit, talking about how he'll never watch Star Wars again. He's done only for next week to watch the next episode of Andor or Skeleton Crew or what have you.
So he's a bit of a showman. He exaggerates a bit. And that's what you're taking issue with? If let's say, I mean, like, a lot of people do that. If their job is playing bad video games, they're like, I'm never playing a bad video game ever again. Fuck all bad video games. And then next week they're playing a bad video game. Guess what? That's a bit of showmanship. That's a bit of hype. They're hyping their fucking shit. They're showing passion, emotion. They're being entertaining. It's called entertainment. He brought up valid points and said, this show sucks. I don't like it. He's probably still going to review the next episode because that's his fucking channel. How's that hard to understand? I've always really liked Star Wars. I know a lot about Star Wars. I turn my brain off when these type of people talk about it, and I ignore the content that I dislike. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that's one way to watch, certainly. Name someone that can defeat all of fiction. Defeat all of fiction. Someone that can defeat all of fiction. Like any fictional character in a fight? Good question. I don't know. Superman, perhaps. He's pretty powerful, but I don't know. God, he's pretty powerful. One Punch Man, yeah, he's pretty powerful. Do we have to have like I don't know, these like versus matches between these hypothetical fictional characters? Anyway.
If that's not a grift, I don't know what is.
Whoa, okay.
Next week to watch next episode of Andor, or
if that's not a grift, okay. So if you criticize something, if I started Andor and I didn't like episode 1, I'm like, that was awful. That was fucking awful. I hate episode 1. It's so bad. I don't think I'll ever watch another Star Wars TV show ever again. And then the next episode comes out like later that week. I have episode 2 of Andor reviewed. That makes it a grift. That's a stupid fucking standard. That's a stupid fucking... Okay, because my words were exaggerations, I am now no longer a valid critic. I am now a grifter. That is very stupid. That is very stupid, sir. Neko has showmanship because he keeps playing games that have bad game design. It's true. They do have bad game design. But I'll keep playing them because it's entertaining, okay? You can't be a critic if you don't do things you dislike. How does that make any sense? This guy would only have critics if they like stuff. They got to like... It seems more like, at the end of the day, it seems like they have to like the stuff he likes, and that they have to hate the things he hates. If you like the stuff he likes, if you hate the things he hates, now you're a valid critic. Now you're doing a heckin' wholesome, genuine, valid criticism. Bruh. Oh my god.
Mochi Mochi level 117 sip.
Mochi, thank you very much for the resub. Chris Bonerman, nice. 3 months of tier 1, awesome. Wait, you've been subbed for 7 months. Isn't that insane? We're on month 7. Thank you very much, Mochi to you too. Appreciate the sub. Andor tried a new format in an established universe that only had content in a couple established formats. That's why it's important. That doesn't mean it's good though. True facts. Follow Age, you have been following for 7 months. You've been a sub for basically every month you've been here. That's amazing. Thank you very much. Very loyal viewer. Appreciate it. Literally been subbed almost as long as I've been following. Yeah, exactly. Amazing. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. But yeah, true.
Creating material that can be used as an advertisement for his personal business. I've heard his lightsaber.
How dare you? You better not advertise your personal business, otherwise you're a grifter. If you advertise your personal business on top of reviewing stuff, instant grifter. That's a dumb standard. Dumb standard.
Are fine, they're just overpriced replicas. That's what I've heard, and that's fine. That's a legitimate business strategy.
That's fine. That's a legitimate business. That's a legitimate business strategy. What's the issue?
Market yourself. Everyone can market themselves in their videos. That's fine. But the problem is, I can't help but think a lot of it has to do with the rage baiting in response to so many.
Because they rage bait. You think they rage bait? Therefore, so it's fine. Okay, him selling his products, okay, legitimate. But if you so much as exaggerate your dislike for something while doing that, now you're a grifter. That's fucking retarded. Can you not see how retarded that is, sir? That is dumb. That is a dumb standard. No, you cannot be a showman. You cannot be extravagant with your hatred. You cannot talk about how bad something is and exaggerate a little bit for playful fun. Because then you're suddenly a grifter. Suddenly you are a grifter. Very stupid standards. Gonna have to unsubscribe to beat the simp allegations. No, just be a simp. It's okay. It's okay to be a simp. If you're simping for me, it's okay. Every other simp bad, but if you simp for me, it's okay. Maxwell beloved. Yeah, it's Maxwell. Say hello to Maxwell. Thank you for the Maxwell, Chris Bonerman.
Different topics in the Star Wars fandom that have come up over the last several years. However, now we've come into the territory of true grifters.
Oh my god, true grifters.
Figures like Mahler and Star Wars Theory and
whoa, hold on.
However, now we've come into the territory of true grifters. We've gotten to the tertiary figures like Mahler and Star Wars Theory and Jezebel. let's talk about what it actually means to run the grift.
Okay, what it actually means to run the grift. Teach me, oh wise Jewish fellow, Jewish critic. Teach me how does Neko become a true grifter? Teach me the ways. Will I do it? Can I become grift?
So what is the true grift? You know what? I'll just let them tell you it.
Oh shit. Do I own or do I have any pets? Well, I have a cat. I have a black cat. He's got a cat. Yeah. That will rarely turn off his PC. Yeah, it's annoying. There was a few times where I didn't want to stream because the cat turned the PC off and I had to restart all my stream stuff. Normally I have all my stream stuff like logged in and ready. So I just had to there's not as much to get ready for the start of the stream. But then the cat came over and booped the button and it was annoying. It's annoying to get everything set up again from scratch. But yeah, I got a cat. Anyway. And for those who weren't here before, I said typical car behavior. Yeah, my car is always doing that. Car just comes in here and goes beep beep and then hits the button. I'm like, what the fuck? Aren't you supposed to be in the garage? Get back on the street. Typical car behavior. But I was gonna say I'm intending to this react. I'm intending to clip into a video. So if I hold off on reacting to your comment, don't be alarmed. I'll respond to your comments eventually, but I may avoid reacting to a comment if I'm in the middle of a point. Anyway, maybe I should learn how to do that anyway, though. Honestly, maybe I should learn how to do that anyway. Pick and choose who I respond to, but either way, just fair warning. Okay, anyway.
Welcome to every video we make. We use one little thing and then we build a narrative out of it. Don't act like that's not what we do.
Build a narrative.
I don't know who this D-Day Cobra guy is, but he this specific clip that he did, where I think he was trying to be tongue-in-cheek funny. Like, guys, we gotta admit, we're grifting, right? The fact that he did this has led to so many people using this clip. Everyone in this screenshot and the people associated with them have to thank this guy because he created this clip that now they all seem to put in their videos. They all put in their videos that look, proof. They're saying the quiet part out loud. They're saying the quiet part out loud. Look, here it is. He's saying the grift. Anyone associated with him is now grifters. Provably. Dumbass thing to say. Say that. If you're going to say something like that, say it in a private Discord call. Don't say it in a fucking group chat like this or like a publicly streamed group. Neko, you're not going to make react clip. I will. This will be a video, okay? It will. Shut up. I will. I know there's several things I've already noted down that I need to clip, and I haven't clipped any of them. But I will, okay? One day. There's still a Google Doc on the Discord that I intend to make a video. There's a lot I got to clip. I got to get back. I got to get to editing stuff. I really do. Or I got to hire an editor. But I don't know how to do that. Anyway.
You're an absolute fucking we do. You've made the same fucking video on the same topic at least 7 times a week, Ryan.
We've also seen this full clip already, and he's playing it again.
I talk about one fucking thing, and we make a whole video out of it. That's what we do.
I talk about things that are in the news, and when something comes out that's an update to that, I talk about it, Jeremy.
But don't worry, they do this to combat the whiny part of fandom, right? That's what they tell us anyway.
It's ridiculous how pathetic these people are. Do I constantly whine?
I was like, who is this? Oh, so his shirt says Geeks and Gamers. Okay. He is on the side that is being called grifters. Okay.
And bitch and complain about it? No! But if I don't like it, I complain about it for like a few days, and then I just move on with my fucking life.
Brie Larson. Brie Larson.
I don't understand this need to continue to bitch and whine and moan.
Brie Larson.
Okay, so
Brie Larson. With Brie Larson's research, Brie.
The problem is, I get you're trying to make like a gotcha. I don't know. All these Brie Larson can all literally be from the same stream. I don't know where you're pulling these clips from. If you showed many different clips, many different like topics, if you can show these are different fucking streams, then you might have a point. If you showed click stream Brie Larson, click another stream Brie Larson. I guess he's demonstrating that same point here by scrolling down and showing how many times Brie Larson appears. But this is different. These are different YouTubers, right? No? Okay. Well, I see. Okay, I saw PewDiePie and assumed that was someone different. No, he's talking about Geeks and Gamers. PewDiePie reacts to Brie Larson. Geeks and Gamers, Dear Brie Larson. Geeks and Gamers, Brie Larson doesn't care about. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I was criticizing him. I got it. Okay, it's right in front of me. But the point is, one guy talking a lot about a topic. Maybe he misspoke. You know, he could have misspoke right there. He shoved his foot in his mouth, shot his own foot. Whatever you want to say. He might have shot himself in the foot with that. But if you're in the sphere of like criticizing movies and you make videos, I don't know how often, let's say you make videos at least once a week, you are going to run out of topics to talk about sometimes. You might have to talk about the same person multiple times. You might have to take the same topic again, but attack it from a different angle. Sometimes you have to come back to the same topic again. Is that grifting? I don't know. If you have a fucking, if you look at like primetime television, you look at the fucking talk shows in which every weekday night, they have to come up with a new topic to talk about. Sometimes they're going to touch on the same topic. Believe it or not, they're going to touch on the same topic time and time again, especially nowadays where it's like Trump. You know, it's like, okay, so what about them? Are they grifters? Like, what? Someone talked about the same topic multiple times. Now they're a grifter? I think this guy just said the wrong thing. He said the wrong thing when he clearly wasn't thinking. He's doing the exact same thing he said. Yeah, that sounds a bit hypocritical. Absolutely. Does it make him a grifter? I wouldn't say so. No. Let's see. If you do make it, then add the message in the beginning as a fade-in to prove me wrong. Which message? That I am going to clip it? Maybe I will. Yeah, I am going to edit it, and it's going to be at the beginning? Maybe. This is peak leftist content. It's just jealousy of other people's money and accomplishments wrapped in a pseudo-intellectual language. True. Yes, exactly. It's also like, my comment, it's basically saying, what I say is legitimate, what you say is illegitimate and racist. That's the crux of this entire thing. It's basically saying, I'm a legitimate critic. But you're a racist, and you're not a legitimate critic. You should be demonetized. That is the thesis of this whole video. I've always wanted to learn how to edit. If I can find any decent software that's free, I can try my hand at editing some of your stuff. I mean, that would be cool. I'd send you the VODs if you didn't have a means of downloading. I can link the VOD in like on the Neko, and if you want to try your hand at editing, that'd be cool. But don't worry if you don't have time, or you later don't want to do it. That's fine too. But let me know if you want that. I can send it. He's gonna have to use his tens of thousands of dollars to pay us all. No. The problem is, see, I'd be commissioning people. I'd be buying a new avatar. I'd be doing all kinds of stuff with money. If I could do it without doxing myself, that's the issue. That's the main issue. Is I don't know how to send money anonymously. So anytime an artist pops up in the chat saying, "Hey, I do art. Can I do art for you? It'll be cheap." I'm like, "Yeah, that's great, but I have no means of paying you. I don't know how to do that yet. I don't know how to pay people without revealing my identity." So that's the issue here. Anyway, back to the point.
Brie Larson. 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 Brie Larson.
Also, you know, maybe, I mean, he's showing a lot of different videos that mention Brie Larson in the title, but I mean, like, a lot of the clips he's showing of like him actively moving and saying Brie Larson a lot, it looks like he's in the exact same. It's the exact same frame, exact same like stream, everything. It looks like he's just tilting slightly, as if it's all taken from the same stream. I don't know. That's not doesn't help your point.
We use one little thing and then we build a narrative out of it. Don't act like that's not what we do.
Wait, is this guy okay? So the guy who said that looks like this guy up here. He's got the Geeks and Gamers logo here. So this guy's a retard. I mean, I don't know him. I didn't watch his shit, but it feels like he's not the smartest person when it comes to strategic, like speaking. Strategically speaking, getting your point across, not shooting yourself in the foot. He seems like he doesn't know what he's doing in that regard. Not giving your enemies ammo. But you know. Disposable income. Yeah, exactly. Bitcoin. I don't know how to use Bitcoin, alright? That would be the solution. I don't know how to use it. That's how the news cycle works. That's how the culture war works. It's very repetitive, and that's why it's safe. It's a safe career choice if you're a skilled orator. It's like walking on a treadmill and it'll never stop. True, yeah. Well, because it's like the topics are... There's a lot of reruns, even on this guy's side, even on the leftist side. There's a lot of reruns of topics. You cover the same topic over and over again. He's probably covered Geeks and Gamers, Nerdrotic, Mauler many times, I bet. If I go to his channel, I'll look right now. Hold on. If I go to his channel, it's probably the same topic over and over again, right? That's a good point. Let's check it. Hold on. All right, so if I look at his page here, wait. If I look at his page, we've got at the top here, his top 10 or his top 2 videos are Lily Orchard. Lily Orchard. How many times does Lily Orchard pop up? Oh, let's do a search. Lily Orchard. Sir, Lily Orchard, 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 Lily Orchard. Sir, you're guilty of the exact same thing. Let's try a different name. Let's go, does Mauler show up? I guess it doesn't show up in the title, but there's 5 videos here where I guess somewhere in the text Mauler's mentioned. Nerdrotic. 3 different videos, okay. How many does this guy even have that many videos? 226 videos. That's not many in the grand scheme of things. In the grand schemes of these kind of videos, that's not many. But either way, he's guilty of the same thing. Let's see. There's also a website that allows you to set up a virtual card that acts like a buffer so you can set a dollar limit so it can't be overcharged. Is it really? A virtual card? I don't know what that website is. I've never heard of it. If you can send, or you know, send the link to that in the Netcord or something, or even DMs if you prefer. But yeah, I don't know what that is. Also, there's an ad about to start soon. So sorry for those that got to see the ad, but happens. Okay. The leftist YouTuber understands the repetitive nature of his job, and he just blatantly lying to his audience about it. True. He's straight lying. He knows he does the exact same thing. So does he call himself a grifter? He knows his job is to take, literally, what this guy says. If we go back to what he says, right?
We use one little thing, and then we build a narrative out of it. Don't act like that's not what we do.
Build a narrative.
We take we use one little thing, and we make a narrative out of it. Don't act like we don't do that, is essentially what he said, right? Meanwhile, Anthony here is taking that one line he said, and he's used it 2 times in this video. He used that one line. He's extrapolating it to mean they're all grifters. They're all grifters. He took that one line and it blew it out of proportion. He's doing exactly what he said, what he's saying his enemy is doing. He's doing exactly what he's saying this grifter is doing. Are you, Anthony? Are you a grifter? By this definition, are you not grifting? You got repeated videos about the same topic. You're taking that one thing he said and blowing it out of proportion. I don't know. It seems a little weird. Yeah, let me find it. Okay. Neko, is this an example of limited hangout when he describes his profession as if he's letting you in on a secret, but he's actually giving the wrong info? I'd heard you use that term before. Not clear on the term, but it sounds cool though. I wouldn't say this is an example. Usually the example is like you got the right idea, but it's typically someone who purports to know like secret information. So it's like if you got a CIA or FBI or just someone on the inside, right? Someone who's on an inside of a organization giving you secret info. Like they're giving you info that's actually like legit. They're giving you like they're giving you info that seems pretty fucking valuable. They're like, here's this, you wouldn't know about this without me. Here's some info that's like it's valid or it's valuable info. But because they're a limited hangout, that means that they're there for a limited time. They're there to give you certain things so that you trust them. Like they're there giving you information so you start to trust them. They're being genuine, giving you genuine information. But then Their use comes in when it's a certain topic. When there's a certain topic that needs to be portrayed in a certain light, now that they've gained that trust, now that they've gained the trust by giving that good information, now they can, now when there's an actual narrative that needs to be controlled, they are looked at as an authority figure, and they can either withhold information, hide information, protect some, now they can do something with that gained authority. And then that's where it's like, okay, so you're there, you're for a limited time, you're hanging with us and giving us good info. The limited hangout ends when you get your job done and you kind of disappear at some point. You kind of drift off into nothingness, or you no longer become relevant. You're no longer useful for the limited hangout at that point. But yeah, I think at least that's my understanding. That might not be like the textbook definition, but that's my understanding of what a limited hangout is. It's someone who pretends to be genuine and for a time gives good info, and then they use that built up trust to control a narrative at a certain point. I added a comment to the video if you sort by newest. To this video? Uh-oh. Better be you're gonna put me in a bad light here. Didn't you grift on the topic of Lily Orchard? Oh shit. Anyway. Like the special ops podcaster guys, I don't know who they are, but maybe. That sounds similar to the newscasters that are a system pig. I don't know that either, but maybe. It's possible. Alright, we gotta get to the end of the video. We still got roughly like 25 minutes-ish left. We're going at 1.5 speed, but we got, decent amount left here.
I'm talking about guys like the Quartering, Nerdrotic.
Nerdrotic?
RK Outpost, whatever his name is. These guys. The guys who jump on any controversy every couple of weeks,
But if they're doing a channel that literally covers controversies, they're literally doing if they're doing a show that's like culture war, I'm going to cover whatever the fuck pops up in the culture war. They're going to cover these topics. That doesn't make them grifters.
days to milk it for all it's worth, to push an idea that there's this conspiracy that's attacking culture, and it's only thanks to your efforts and your watching and your money to fund the fight against it, whatever that might be, to push back on the message.
And they avoid falling into the trap of using its culturally sensitive backdrop to push the message.
I hate that term, the message.
I've never heard that term.
Specific. The idea that any presence of a minority in film is somehow this anti-society.
That's clearly you yourself are arguing in bad faith. That's not what they're saying. They're not saying any presence. They're not saying any presence of a minority is suddenly the message. You were clearly you're clearly portraying it in a dumb light to try and be like, this is clearly look at viewers, this is clearly wrong. I'm gonna mischaracterize their points. And doesn't it seem awfully stupid now that I've mischaracterized it? Doesn't it look awful stupid now that they portrayed it in a dumb light? You're arguing bad faith.
This was push to corrupt and corrode that which fandom culture holds dear, whatever that might be.
But what caused the anger in the first place? As you can probably guess, the major source of the conflict is the series of politically driven stories modern comics have blatantly produced. And stop making comics political has become the rallying cry for the disgruntled fans, which of course led to the phrase, comics have always been political. The supposed reason why so much of Marvel's legacy fan bases either walked away or have erupted into full revolt is because it's no longer their politics or their self-image being reflected in these books, and that they feel threatened by the lack of reflection.
That fandom culture is a predominantly male thing, even though historically...
Yeah, we don't have this guy. That's the thing. This guy doesn't come out against the left-wing push for politics and comics. He's all for it. He's all for all that shit. He's not arguing against that. He's not calling the left-wing side, grifters. It's strictly those that are on the right that he's saying, there you go, those are the grifters. They're defending their side of the politics. They're grifters. These guys over here doing the exact same thing? Nope. I like their opinion, therefore they're not grifters. Very retarded.
Women have been here the entire time, and we just ignored them, or overlooked them, or they've been overshadowed by very loud vocal fans. Hell, as OSP so eloquently puts in the video I mentioned at the top of this video, even the term Mary Sue, something that all these grifters use as a catch-all term for any plot issue they have, came from a woman. And the thing is...
Oh no, it came from a woman. Who cares, bro? What? Because the term Mary Sue came from a woman, what, they can't use the term? It's a good term. What the fuck? What the fuck kind of point is he trying to make? That's retarded.
These guys aren't authentic. A, because they've said it themselves.
These guys aren't authentic. A, because, let me play the same clip I played 2 other times now for the 3rd time. And guess what? The clip I'm playing is going to say taking a small thing and blowing it out of proportions for the sake of a video, like you're doing right here.
We use one little thing and then we build the narrative out of it. Don't act like that.
Yeah, you're using one little thing, what he said, and you're making a narrative out of it. You played it 3 times to fucking do your narrative.
It's not what we do.
Recently, there was a news article where Bella Ramsey, the actor from The Last of Us, made a comment in an interview that they would be interested in playing Spider-Man. Very briefly.
Who the fuck is Bella Ramsey? I don't know her, but Spider-Man's not a chick. You have Spider-Gwen? Is that her? The chick one? Nobody wants to see a female Spider-Man. No one's gonna come, like, okay. When I say no one, I don't mean literally no one. But for the most part, it's not gonna be as popular as the male Spider-Man. In Neko, people are insane, so I find it hard to tell if they're grifting or just bored people with hot takes. Yeah, exactly. It's like, just because people have TV, like, someone might have a channel where they just give hot takes. That's kind of what I'm doing, ain't it? Like, if I eventually put this on YouTube, am I a grifter? If I put this on YouTube and I'm talking about, like, hot takes and things that pop into my mind and what I'm watching, does that make me a grifter suddenly? I think, well, to him it does, because I'm disagreeing with him. If what I say is a disagrees to his opinion, suddenly I'm a grifter. Level 1 grifter. Yeah, I got ways to go. I got to learn. I did say this guy's going to teach me how to be a better grifter. Reactor Neko is such a griftoid. A griftor. True. Reacting is grifting, right? I mean, in a sense, yeah, kinda. R34 would disagree with your Spider-Man statement. Okay, but they're not. They're those people are jacking off to it. They're not watching it as a movie. Okay, it's different. It's a little bit different. They will watch like 2-minute clips and be done with it. When you got to have someone watch like 1.5 to 2 hours worth of movie. Level 1, the message noticer. Indeed, that's me. You don't even watch male Spider-Man? Well, that's okay. But of the people who like Spider-Man,
it was more.
Oops. Of the people who like Spider-Man of the demographic that will see a Spider-Man movie, you're gonna piss off a lot of them by trying to push. Like, it's one thing if you push like this is like Spider-Gwen or this is a different character who showed up in the comics. But if you push a movie that is this is Spider-Man, this is Petra Parker. I don't know a female name for that. This is Petra Parker, you know? And this is not a different universe. This is the Spider-Man. You're going to piss off a lot of people. You're going to anger your fan base. You're going to anger the demographic that you're trying to get to come in and see the movie. It's not a smart business decision. So it's therefore a very obvious political decision, not a financial decision, not a business decision. Neko, do you like the terms the cathedral or the blob? Well, many times I think the cathedral is a bad term because it's more like the synagogue. Anyone who says you watch anyone who says the cathedral and see if they criticize Jewish people. If they purport certain things are due to the cathedral and it really seems like it's coming from Jewish controlled what do you call it? I guess organizations, they might be controlled. Or at least not entirely telling you the truth. They made Spider-Man a cuck for 2 years in the comics. People still read it for some reason. Well, for 2 years in what year? You mean like 2022 to 2024? Comics have been dead since like even before like 2016, I think. Comics were dead since before 2016. They've been dead for a long time. Because in 2016, they were doing all the Trump comics. All the Trump-related comics where it was like a loosely, vaguely, not even vaguely sometimes, not even a vaguely, thinly veiled, like, parody. Sometimes they're just outright, I am Captain America against Trump or something. You know, that's just a made-up example. But they're not even hiding it anymore. They weren't even hiding it then. It's like, it's the 2016 election. So you have Gamergate in 2014. I think it was 2014. You have Gamergate you have Gamergate that really fucked up so many people's brains online and I guess elsewhere, but online mostly. And then on top of that, you had the 2016 elections shortly after that really fucked up people's brains. And then shortly after that, you have, well, I guess not shortly, but like 4 years later, you have the fucking COVID shit, which really fucked up people's brains. So like, you have a whole subsection of humanity, a kind of decent proportion of it, that is like thoroughly brain fucked. Thoroughly brain fucked and hasn't gotten over it. But yeah, can confirm. Damn. I asked about the cathedral injects the message in everything. That's why the message could be useful shorthand. The cathedral injects the message in everything. But what is the message that was being portrayed here was like left-wing agenda, right? The message is like, I guess, so I'm going to use other shorthand that I don't necessarily agree with, but you know how people call things woke? We kind of know what woke is, generally speaking, right? We don't need to define it narrowly. We kind of get an idea. We know what it means to call a movie woke. The message seems to be another term for woke, right? That's what it seems like. It seems like the message is another term for woke. So when you say the cathedral injects the message, this sounds like a way to try and claim that this wokeism shit is being done by people who go to a cathedral, i.e. Catholics and Christians. It sounds like a way to kind of shift blame to to non-Semitic origins. That's why I don't like it. Anyway, well, you can say the blob instead of the cathedral. It's the same thing, and they sound cooler than mainstream media or deep state. I don't know. I prefer. I don't know. I'm one of those who prefers to say the mainstream media and deep state. I mean, I haven't said either of those in a while, but I feel like I prefer those terms over the obfuscation. But I don't know. I don't like terms, for example, that I really hate hearing is the longhouse. That seems to have gained traction. I really hate when people say it's the longhouse. We live in the longhouse. I'm like, fucking just say what you mean. I'm tired of this shorthand. Just say what you mean. Catholics did technically invent woke when they created liberation theology, but that's really far into the weed. I don't know what that means, but that's a topic for another time, I feel like. Well, I know, but just say that then. We don't need... All these terms are obfuscating the truth. They're not helping, they're obfuscating. They're making it harder to decipher. For the only reason I can think of why you'd want to do that is if you want to try and shift people's attention away from the true source of the issue. That's okay. No, it's okay, Stevie J. Don't worry about it. It's okay. No worries. I'm not trying to denigrate you. You're bringing up interesting topics. I'm just saying I do got to finish this video at some point. That's all I'm saying. We got to finish this video. I got 10 minutes until when I usually take a break. But you're bringing up interesting topics. Just, yeah. Interesting discussion, but maybe not the time, I guess. React forever. No, I cannot react forever. Anyway, because I do want to play something after this. All right, hold on. All right, let's continue the video. We're nearly a third of the way till the end. Almost there. 2/3 of the way in.
Or if you watch the interview, it's kind of like they're put on edge. They're kind of like a little uncomfortable, and they're being pushed on the question. They're kind of like, yeah, I guess I could do that. I don't really watch superheroes though.
You didn't call him and say I want to be in the next MCU movie.
Whoa, my left ear.
It's you as a superhero, Bella.
Do you think?
Oh my God, yes.
Which one?
Your own. I think they need to create a new one. Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'm into that. Or I could be Spider-Man.
Okay, make that pitch right now to Tom Holland. You're out. You're in.
Tom Holland did a great job there.
Every single one.
Oh, that's the girl from. Is that the girl from Last of Us? The weird freak-faced girl. That's her, right? But this guy sounds creepy. This guy's like, I don't know who this guy is, but I think if I'm interpreting that situation, it feels like she might be uncomfortable. Because I have this guy, this like heavy-set man who seems a little bit like he's breathing a little too audibly. And I hear him a lot in my left ear. So to me, it feels creepy to me. It feels like he's like over my shoulder next to my left ear going, hey guys, yeah, what if you're like a villain in the next movie? Yeah, maybe you can play that. You should talk to them. Like, back off, dude. Back off. That's a sense. I don't even know. Maybe this guy is like someone I'm supposed to be supporting here. I'm just saying it's a little bit creepy. I know his job is probably to interview celebrities. He's interviewing someone who is supposed to be a celebrity, right? Anyway, I think people call her by the name of her character in Game of Thrones. Is it the same chick?
Like, they're put on edge. They're kind of like a little uncomfortable, and they're being pushed on the question. They're kind of like, yeah, I guess I could do that. I don't really watch superheroes though.
You didn't call him and say I want to be in the next MCU movie.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
It's you as a superhero, Bella.
Do you think?
Oh my God, yes.
Which one?
Your own.
Also, how do they... Because I assume this is Variety. I see his microphone says Variety. So this is the website Variety. Variety's a pretty big... Well, I don't know how big. It's not that big. But it's a decent size, I guess, professional journalism piece, I guess, right? They should be able to. My point being is they should be able to afford better audio than this. Variety should not have a left audio only problem.
I think they need to create a new one. Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'm into that. Or I could be Spider-Man.
Okay, make that pitch right now to Tom Holland. You're out. You're in.
Tom Holland did a great job there.
Every single one of these guys, within a day, made a video.
Yeah.
This is a real headline, and it's a real.
Yeah, that is her. Move aside, Tom Holland. So her name is Bella Ramsey. I don't know her character in Game of Thrones, but move aside, Tom Holland. Bella Ramsey says that they could be Spider-Man. It seems like she was making a joke. Seeing that clip, maybe that's the point. Maybe they're gonna. I think I see the point before he's gonna say it. He's gonna say like, look at all these people taking a small thing, like taking this headline, and then going off on it about the message and all this shit. Right? They see the headline. And they're like freaking out over this is fucked up. What the fuck? She could never be Spider-Man. I hate this. You know, maybe they're doing that. But then when you actually see the clip that they're referencing, it was a joke that she didn't even bring up. It was the interviewer who kind of brought that up as a joke. Is that what he's gonna do? Let's see.
Real quote. Move aside, Tom Holland. Bella Ramsey says that they could be Spider-Man. And when it says they, you might say, what are they referring to? Well, Bella Ramsey goes by they, them pronouns. Maybe one of the only people that when you look at them, it's like, that might make sense that they go by that, myself included. I do think that Bella Ramsey might make a great Spooderman. You know, I think there's a possibility that could be true.
We use one little thing.
Spooderman. I thought it was Spoderman.
Like that's not what we do.
There was nothing really to talk about. It's an interview, question, casual, off-kilter, whatever kind of thing. And all of a sudden, you're having 18-minute videos, 20-minute videos about this topic. To demonstrate my point, let me walk you through the average nerdrotic video. Start with about 1.5 minutes of clips of random.
He's just randomly choosing people he doesn't like. This video is literally just complaining about people he doesn't like.
Interviews edited together to attract people with short attention spans, to keep them engaged with bizarre non sequiturs long enough to have the first 30 seconds of the video be filled with people staying on board. Next, include a bunch of articles that really have nothing to do with the topic of the title.
Movie studio behind Blockbuster Smashes has purged woke staff to try and improve its movies, but rival behind iconic franchises doubled down on woke expert claim. Yeah, that's nonsense. Okay. Daily Mail is also kind of nonsense, but you know.
Hand to engage the audience with information that's old, outdated, to fuel their anger. Get close to answering the question of your video's topic, but never actually offer any evidence or concrete answers to the topic they came here for. That way, they keep waiting for the answer until the end of the video. Engage with rage bait, and make declarative statements accusing some studio system or...
Okay, so they're engaging with rage bait. So are they not... Would that not be on the journalist for creating rage bait? Are you not saying that these articles are... It does feel like sometimes, I'd believe it, because we have a thing called what... clickbait, you know? A lot of journalists, I think, intentionally do create essentially rage bait headlines because rage clicks also count. And guess what? For your advertisers, rage clicks, those count too. So if you can rage bait people into clicking on your article, you're gonna succeed. So it's like a new form, or maybe it's an old form. I don't know. Maybe it's not that new, but it's a form that you're seeing a lot. It's a form of clickbait that you're seeing a lot nowadays. They do that with videos too. Of course, someone will put out a video with a title intending to rage bait you into clicking the video and watching. They may not even agree with what they said in the title. Their actual video content may just come out with a more, like milquetoast take that actually is more reasonable. But they'll put a clickbait title and a clickbait thumbnail in order to get you to, get you fired up to watch. Bing Bong 24, how you doing? Welcome. So is this what Garfield does to make money? Yes, it is. Exactly. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? This is what Garfield does. He grifts for money. It's true. How he buys more lasagna.
Access media, something like that, of some falsehoods or wronghoods, all while never actually addressing the core points that the audience would want to hear that would satisfy them enough to click off the video. Keep them engaged, keep them waiting, and eventually you got a video that says absolutely nothing that will have a high engagement value with your target demographic. The video I've been showing in the background so far is his Fantastic Four review. It takes 10 minutes to get to the actual review, and it's very boring.
Well, okay, let's for you. How long did it take you to get to the actual part where you start calling people grifters? So, look at all this. Look at all this. All right. Yep. All right, the true grifters. It took 43 minutes out of a 1 hour 11 movie. Out of a 1 hour 11 video, it took you 2/3 of the video to get to your actual point, which is calling out people as grifters. Yeah, okay. I think you're grifting for time here. John not giving you that lasagna for free anymore? Nope, he's not. What a jerk, right? He's a jerkwad. Fuck John. Who's Nerdrotic? He's a YouTube channel that puts out like comic book and movie related content. Nerd content, basically. Sometimes video games, I think. He might be vaguely right-leaning. I'm not sure. I mean, it seems to be the implication here. I don't watch Nerdrotic myself. That's just the... this is all just the impression I'm getting. What is this clip? Uh-oh. What is the clip? Variety's a pretty big... Well, I don't know how big. It's not that big, but it's a decent size, I guess. I see what you're trying to say. I see what you're trying to imply. How dare you? It's a decent size, all right. Look, I don't know how big, but it's it's a decent size. Wow. Of course, Chris Bonerman thinking about boners. Of course. The lasagna. Yeah, I was talking about lasagna. The lasagna is a decent size, all right? It's fine. It's fine. All right.
It's very dull. It doesn't really accomplish anything either. The push against the message is an intellectual snake oil, not a physical one. You don't really buy the snake oil, but by buying into the ideas they present, that makes you more prone to come back next week, come back tomorrow, come back even a few hours in some cases, to watch more, to uncover how the message has infiltrated your favorite media. And isn't it strange how the message is always present in every work of mainstream media, and never the more obscure stuff, or even the popular stuff that doesn't conform to the structure of their particular interests?
What are you talking about? They talk about obscure stuff too sometimes. What do you mean that nobody said that the message, quote unquote, is strictly in the mainstream media? It does make sense. It does make sense that if you're trying to control a narrative, if you're trying to push a message, it does make sense that you would focus your message on the mainstream stuff. Does it not? If you're trying to get the greatest amount of eyes seeing your message, you would put it all in the biggest fucking things you possibly could. I.e. Star Wars is a fucking major franchise that has like hundreds of millions of eyes on it, right? It makes sense that you would put your stuff in that kind of thing. Why would you, if you're trying to control, let's say you want to push a narrative, you want to control people's minds, you want to give a certain impression, you want to control the masses in a sense, or at least what they think. Would you put all your messages in obscure shit no one's going to read? It might have like a niche audience and no one's going to read it or watch it. Or would it make more sense to do your best to get it into as popular an existing franchise as possible? Just use your brain for like 2 seconds. Neko is a size queen, of course. If I remember the Nerdrotic lore correctly, he went to prison for being a meth dealer. Really? Then he got a very fat wife and he pretends to be vaguely right-wing. I mean, that could be accurate. That sounds like it could be accurate. I don't know. I'll have to take your word for it. But the best movie reviewer is yourself. It's true. It's true. I mean, I assume you're not saying me. But, you know, the best review to take from is from yourself. So, you know what you like. You know? I probably don't get the point of the video. This point of this video is a long YouTube video essay format in which he is talking about A, what is a grifter? B, A, what is a grifter? And what is a YouTube critic? He's trying to define, he's not doing a very good job at it, but he's trying to define what does it mean to be a genuine YouTube critic? Or I guess in general, not just YouTube. What does it mean to be a genuine critic? What does it mean to be a grifter? And then this is the part of the video where he's like calling out people, saying these are what I would call grifters. So that's where we're at. Oh my God, Chud, why do you care about this thing that I work tirelessly to subvert? Why do you even care? You should care about other things. Why do you care that I'm subverting all your favorite franchises? I know you were in this fandom way before I got involved. Why do you care that I'm turning it all into stuff I like? You should just consume product and get excited for next product. Duh.
Very significantly, the movie Sinners came out. Now, Sinners is a very diverse film. It pushes a lot of very deep messages about the history.
Who cares
of
about
violence,
Sinners?
how white people have
I've never heard of
stolen
it.
the music of black people and taken it for themselves. How the Klan sets up things to manipulate black people into a place where they can be happy, only to attack them in places where they're most vulnerable. There's a lot of ideas in Sinners that are very clever and very intellectual. And
All right.
it was a great movie.
How many people saw it?
Successful, and it starred a ton of black people in it. And not a single grifter mentioned it on their main channels. Now,
I like the caveat there. Not a single grifter mentioned it, on their main channels. Okay, nice caveat. But also, guess what? They don't know what the fuck Sinners is. They're not fans of Sinners. If they're a fan of Star Wars and you try and put that shit in Star Wars, guess what? They're gonna get upset. That's fucking basic. That's basic bitch. Like, yeah, you fuck with a nerd shit, they're gonna get mad. Why do you think that you fuck with a nerd shit? You're just gonna be like, yup, that's cool. You fuck with shit they've never watched. You fuck with shit they don't know what the fuck it is. They don't give a shit. They might be like, I'm never touching that. I'm never watching that. Yeah, that looks diverse. I'm never watching that. Great. But you fuck with stuff that they were intending to watch. Like, if a new Star Wars film came out, guess what? Star Wars fans intended to see it. If you fuck it before it ever comes out, and now they see it, and now they're upset, guess what? That just makes perfect fucking sense. Why are you acting dumbfounded like this doesn't make any sense to you?
Starred a ton of black people in it. And not a single grifter mentioned it on their main channels. Now, a couple mentioned it on side channels, sure, but you would think that its success indicated that audiences were not sick of the quote.
He's this fucking retard. He's like, they didn't mention it on their main channels. Okay. I just proved myself wrong. A couple of them mentioned on their side channels. That's why I had to add the caveat that it was not on their main channels. And maybe they if it's a movie that's not really something they really care about, to them it's like a niche topic. For their audience too, it's probably a niche topic. Here's a new movie you probably haven't heard of. Does it not make sense to not put it in the main channel, put it in a side channel? If this is something they don't normally talk about, put it in this relegated side content, relegated for the side channel. It seems relevant. It seems very, very appropriate for its relevance and its importance level. Levitt's mind reading is so tiresome they can't make a video essay without relying on mind reading. For real. They didn't mention this thing, so I know what they think about that thing. I can read their minds. I just know how they feel. Totally. They didn't talk about the thing I wanted them to talk about. That means they're grifters. What about this movie that's heavily diverse? You didn't talk about it. That doesn't prove anything. Maybe they haven't gotten to it. Maybe they're so fucking busy making shit about bigger topics they haven't touched that one yet. And you yourself have just mentioned that, okay, some of them did. Some of them did. I wish I could read minds and then I could understand why Kathleen Kennedy ruined Star Wars. Yeah, I wish too. I wish I could understand why they decided to ruin a multi-billion-dollar franchise. Maybe even trillion? I don't know. Maybe that's going too far. But multi-billion-dollar franchise ruined because what? To earn some brownie points with a certain crowd? Doesn't make a whole lot of financial sense. The Force is about balance? Nah, the Force is female, right? fuck the balance, no. And that's kind of funny too when you think about it. It's like, the feminist talking point is, well, it used to be they want equality, and now it's like, fuck that, no. I mean, they some of them might still say they want equality, but it's really no, they want supremacy. And that changed that logo, the Force is female. When, yeah, like you said, the Force is about balance, is basically epitomizing that message. It's saying, no, it's not about balance. It's not about males. It's about females. The Force itself, this godlike power that just controls the universe in Star Wars, it itself is female. Of course.
Quote message they push. That maybe the problem is a little imaginary. Any movie that's good gets in the way of their message that Hollywood is all terrible and there's no good films anymore.
So wait, well, hold on. Hey, retard. Are you saying that one good film ruins everything? One good film. So this guy doesn't understand averages. He doesn't understand average. That's his midwit tier. If you have someone who thinks the exception proves, or an exception disproves a rule, instantly a midwit. Oh, your rule can't be true because, guess what? I found one example where it's not true. Therefore, your rule is not true. Hey, idiot. Sometimes there can be outliers and a rule can still be generally true. Averages still have significance in studies. If on average, such and such thing occurs, you can't say, well, one time it didn't, therefore, this is a useless study. You're a fucking moron, sir. Do you think there's an example of demoralization? Maybe. I don't know. It's not the word I would use for it. How does bro read Berserk with that kind of mindset? That's a good question. I don't know how he does it. I don't know. How he reads some of it, like a lot of this stuff. True. Finding one exception is peak midwittery. That's their absolute favorite thing to do. Yeah, it's like, well, it's also like a common example of this is when you have you say like, okay, it's like when you say 13% of the population commits 50% of the crimes. You know, that standard FBI statistic about the U.S. crime statistic. But then they'll be like, oh yeah, well, what about this white school shooter? What about this guy? What about him? What? Okay, yeah, what about him? Does that disprove the previous statement? No. And then they'll bring up graphs to say like most of the crimes are committed by white people. Well, at the time, at this moment, most of the country is white people. So, do you know what per capita means? Do you understand per capita? That's another sign of midwittery, is if they, for some reason, can't seem to fathom the definition of per capita. They seem to think, okay, like, so if you go to Japan and you're like, well, most of the murders in Japan are committed by Japanese people. Does that mean Japanese people are dangerous psychopathic killers? No, no, it doesn't. It just means that, guess what? You go to Japan and you're going to find that most of the people there are Japanese. So most of the crime are going to be committed by most of the people already there. Yeah. That's just how it works.
These people watch like 5 movies a year and they're all superhero films. Like, what do you expect? Citizen Kane to come out of like the next Marvel movie? No. You have to.
That's it. That's the thing, dude. The bar isn't high. What do they expect? They watch 5 superhero movies in a year. They're not expecting Citizen Kane. No, what they're expecting is an entertaining comic book movie, which is not a high bar. They just want something that entertains them. They want dumb, good old fun. That's it. It's just a dumb, good old action superhero movie. They're not looking for they don't want like the political or politics in their movie. They just want a good superhero movie.
To watch movies of a diverse nature to get a sense of how Hollywood is. Because if you only watch movies from one film studio that come out...
Wait, I gotta take tips from this. My apparently, if I want to grift, I need this kind of thumbnail, right? Big text. Done. Wow. Oopsie. Oh no. Review. Got it. Mentis Wave has made a few good videos discussing midwit tendencies, but I don't know if you like Mentis Wave. He's libertarian. I don't know who that is. Maybe not. It's hard to say if I don't know.
3 or 4 times a year, and you hyper-focus on every news article about that one movie. You're presenting a message. That movie will have problems. And they hammer in constantly with every trailer, every announcement. This movie will be bad.
Yeah.
Is it any shock that they always hate the movies they've been complaining about for months prior? The only exceptions are when they preemptively...
There can be an argument for that, yeah.
So, of course...
There can't... I'll give them some credit here. There can be an argument made that they do kind of poison pill themselves a little bit. Absolutely, yeah. When you see movie trailers and... When you see movie trailers, you see like images like from the movie, you see the actors that are chosen, and you start seeing that they're casting in a certain direction. Granted, I'll give them this. I'll say this. Sometimes that's all you need to see. Sometimes the fact that they miscast so hard, sometimes the fact that you can see that diversity is a priority, that's sometimes enough to know that it's not going to be a good film. And granted, that's not necessarily true. That doesn't mean it can't be good. But on average, again, this guy doesn't know averages. On average, you can probably assess preemptively that you're not going to like that film. But what I was going to say is I'll give him some credence. I think that's the right wording. I'll give him some credit to say that I do think to some extent the way that these movies are hounded before they release, it does poison pill the potential for them to give it any sort of credit whatsoever. Now, I'm not trying to side with Hollywood. I'm not siding with Hollywood. I'm not siding with these movie producers. A lot of movies suck. It's true. But I'm just saying, yeah, there can be a logical argument made to say that they are poison pilling their own potential enjoyment right out of the gate before the movie even comes out. Possibly. The message must be inserted. Yeah, shoehorning in virtue signals into comic book based movies causes the media to stray from staying true to the original context. Yeah, so if you start seeing any virtue signaling before the movie's even out, you could that's a pretty good what do you call it? Like, that's a pretty good indicator that they're gonna stray from what makes the original context good. Like, if you like the original comic books, and then they seem to put priority on turning one of the characters black, that shows where their priorities are. That shows they're not aiming for a good adaptation. They're aiming for a heuristic. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. It's a good heuristic because they're not aiming for a good movie. They're aiming for a politically correct movie, and that's a good heuristic that you're probably going to get a bad movie. And it's not necessarily true, but it's often true.
Our protagonist turns out to be a strong female character who just wants to become a hunter against the wishes and traditions of her tribe. Why? So the rest of the plot can happen. Also, I'd like to point out that no hunter-gatherer society of that time period would have tolerated this kind of bullshit from one of their own. Those ideas would have been literally beaten out of her before she could smash the patriarchy.
He's right.
Anyway, whatever. This is 21st century Hollywood's idea of what nomadic hunter tribes acted like.
And the film comes out and it turns out to be really good.
Did it? Prey was a good movie? No, is that why nobody talks about it anymore? Prey film review. This you show one review as an indicator that's good. How about you show like the Rotten Tomatoes or whatever the fuck website that's called? Show the IMDb rating or something. Those are all bad. Those are all fucking like, what do you call them? They're all like the really big critics. How about the audience score? Because a lot of times, hey, Mister, I'm appealing to authority. A lot of times, these movies they don't like get fantastic critic scores and trash audience scores. That's part of the problem. That's part of the disconnect between Hollywood and the fucking audience. Like, you can't... You just showing the bigwig fucking critics saying they all liked it. Doesn't prove shit, you idiot.
I'm pleased to say it's way better than I predicted after watching the trailer, so color me wrong on that one, I guess.
Oh, okay. Well, if he just comes out and says it, okay. If he just comes out and says, well, it's better than I thought it was going to be, fine, all right. I guess, well, so you can't call him a grifter then. He's outright stating it then. He's outright stating, okay, I was a little bit proven wrong. Hunter Lady fighting aliens sounds cool to me, but I love most sci-fi and horror universes. It's an interesting concept for the... This is a Predator film, right? It's something they hadn't done before. But no doubt it does push it's no doubt they pushed like a message. Why it couldn't have been a male why couldn't it be a male Indian? Native American, sorry. It could have been a male Native American who was fighting with the Predator. Why did it have to be a female? Why did it have to be a Pocahontas situation? They did that intentionally. They chose to do that. It wasn't accidental. No part of a movie is accidental, except for, I guess, bloopers can be accidental. But aside from bloopers, nearly every single small piece of a movie, anything you see on the camera costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to do. Nearly all of it is intentional. If you see it on the big screen, it was intentional.
You know, that's the exception. Though you will sometimes still see grifters taking Prey and arguing it's terrible, somehow.
Prey, however, was a female-led Predator movie starring an American Indian named Naru, whose character and narrative are full examples of the girl boss archetype. The story we promised is about a 1700s Indian versus a Predator. A cool concept, in theory. But the actual story is very much a girl power fantasy starring an insufferable girl boss. And few things illustrate this better than her flimsy motivation driving her to become a hunter.
And no joke, this video later argues that Prey would have been massively improved if the protagonist gave up her dreams and went back into kitchen, essentially. I'm not even joking.
Now things come full circle. A skill that symbolized the feminine
role
she once presented. Now
come on. No, I don't want to see the movie just based off of the fact that there's no way in hell the Predator should lose. No, why? Okay, so random ass tribe folk can beat a fucking Predator? Nah, fuck. This thing can stand toe to toe with an alien, but it can't handle some fucking Native Americans? Fuck off. Retarded. She a Mary Sue and Prey? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I haven't seen it, but from what I'm seeing, it very much looks like what is her negative? What is her downside? The only thing I can think of that seems to indicate a negative character trait is she's non-traditional, which to them would be a positive character trait. She's non-traditional. She's not staying in her traditional tribe's, women gender role. She is being independent. That's the only negative trait I could see being portrayed. She doesn't listen to the male, authority figures. She does things independently. But they would portray that as positive, obviously. So yeah, I would say she clearly seems to fit the archetype of a Mary Sue.
The key to her survival. But even then, her victory is only made possible by the wounds her brother caused the vicious alien. A way of saying that his sacrifice was not made in vain. In fact, in our version, instead of bringing back the predator's head to affirm her selfish ambition, things once again come full circle as Naru brings back her brother's body, just like when he carried her back when she was knocked out by the lion. Naru, having outgrown her selfish ambitions and gained respect for the hunting profession and adoration for the man her brother was, and who she will likely emulate. So here we have a traditional character arc, as Naru begins arrogant and naive, and ends the tale a far more mature person and far wiser than she had been.
You'll also find that a lot of these guys hate quote-unquote access media, otherwise known as mainstream media.
So his example of someone who's grifting is someone who corrected their information and said, despite my initial concerns, ultimately I thought it was decent. And this is the grifter? Gotta go, goodbye. All right, have a good one, cute kitty. Thanks for being here. See you tomorrow. Have a good night.
A good friend Chris Gore, who got a lot of clapback for this quote, was right. Disney turning Star Wars and Marvel from a boy brand into a girl brand will prove to be the costliest.
That clip doesn't seem to support his argument. Right, it really doesn't. Because it's he seems to say they're grifting and they're stuck in their opinions. They're not willing to change their mind. They're poison. Well, I said the word poison pill, but he was essentially saying they're poison pilling it before it even comes out. Like they're ruining their chance of liking it. Well, this disproves that. Because guess what? He did all that same shit, and then turns out he's like, actually, I was wrong. It was actually decent. Okay, not a grifter, I would say.
This decision in movie history. And as usual, the corporate legacy access media finally catches on to what the fans that they loathe so much have been saying years too late.
In order to counteract access media's influence, they often turn to certain blogs. For a while, it was Bounding into Comics, which was a parody of, well, your basic comic book website. However, recently, a new favorite has emerged, one that is completely unhinged and without restraint as to whatever it might say, Fandom Pulse, led by one John Delarose. No, wait, that's not John Delarose, that's his profile picture. No, that's the domestic violence restraining order his wife...
You could do this with this guy, but you couldn't do this with that lady who essayed her... Or that guy, I don't know, the trans person who essayed their sister. You can do this with this guy. You can't do the other one? Is it because they're trans? You feel comfortable doing it with this guy? You don't feel comfortable doing it with the other person?
Wife put on him. There we go, that's John Delarose. I'm sure this guy is a stable person who says logical things. Otherwise, why would they reference this guy constantly?
You're like, oh, he's doing all the things I don't like. He's wearing a red hat. He's wearing a red hat. He's doing the okay sign. This guy's, he's a white nationalist. Oh my God. Oy vey.
But all these things are dead now. They're just skin suits of what they were before. I mean, these people do hate you. If you look at Bo DeMeo, the guy who's the showrunner for the show, he is a person who just really, really wants to tear down the society, put his global homo agenda into everything, and then you better eat it up, consumer, or you're a bigot.
Oh, he's fucking crazy. Okay, great. But again, that's negative.
What? All right. Well, he's fucking crazy because what? He says there's an agenda. The same thing all the other people say. I guess you're calling them all grifters here. So, nah, it's pretty weak. It's pretty weak. You just said he's insane. You just went, okay, he's insane. You didn't negate his point whatsoever.
One that keeps you coming back for more. There are other grifters that take the grift and apply it to some company. Some, like the quartering, leverage it to sell coffee beans, a business that apparently is not doing too well for the quartering. But others sell a counter art.
The quartering, I could see an argument. I don't know. The quartering, I could easily see an argument that he's a grifter. I don't really particularly like I was gonna say the griftering. I don't particularly like the quartering. I don't really have that much against him, but I'm just like, I don't know. I can kind of see him doing the grift thing. I don't know. That John LaRose guy is a schizo and his takes are all over the place, so of course he will be held up as an example. Yeah, true. As an example of MAGA. Yeah, that's the thing is you can pick the worst people to, like, it's easy to cherry pick the absolute most schizo takes and be like, look, this represents all of them. That's basic. That's like really basic psyoping. I don't know if psyop's the right word. Maybe not the right word, but it's very narrative control. You want to portray someone as evil, find the most insane thing they said, portray that as their entire platform. That's what they're all about. Even if they said it once, they might have said it one time. Take that. That's now your enemy's entire message. So it's like intentionally misrepresenting someone.
Mainstream art they're fighting against. And nowhere is this more clear than in the movement of Comicsgate. Comicsgate was a counter to the diversification.
I'm surprised, honestly. We're reaching Comicsgate, but we're not talking about Gamergate. Surely he'll mention Gamergate, right? Because there's no way Comicsgate was not derivative of Gamergate. It absolutely was. We'll see, though.
Of comic book media that started really in the 2015s, 2016s or so. Stuff like Ironheart, for example, that pushed diversity further into comics, became a target of nebulous anger and rage. Now, of course, most of these Comicsgate guys would hyper-focus on like a couple different comics that were written and ignore everything else. For example, very few of them actually read the Kamala Khan stories. They hated Kamala Khan, but they didn't seem to actually read.
Why would you read them?
Alternatively, when it came to
I know someone who did. I've seen people make, I forget who it is. There was one channel at least I've seen where they literally do read the comics. But also, I think if you read the entire comic, you could get copyright struck for it. If you're just showing the pages and just reading the comic, you can get copyright stricken for that. I think. I don't know. Maybe with enough criticism, it can be considered fair use. But still, I have seen at least one channel. I can't remember the name of it. It's a guy who made his own comic too. Or he was an artist for, I don't remember exactly. But he read the Khan comics. His whole channel was reading comics and talking about how bad they are. Or he read some comics and talking about how good they are. But, you know, the point is, reading comics and giving his take. That was mind reading again. Yeah, they haven't read it. Yeah, which ones? How do you know? How do you know they haven't read it? Maybe they read it in their off time can't speak. Maybe they read it in their off time and deemed it not worth making a video on. Maybe it's just not worth making a video on. They can reference it in a bad way. Fuck off.
Critic can criticize work. Critic can criticize work that grifters target as well if they provide critical analysis, not just bland, outright rage. Most Comicsgate critics could articulate a thing was bad, but they couldn't articulate...
He's just trying to gatekeep. He's trying to... Ironically, I know we're in Comicsgate topic here. He's literally trying to gatekeep who is and isn't a critic. He's trying to gatekeep what is a legitimate critic and saying those that I disagree with, hey, sometimes we'll agree. I can also criticize the things they criticize, but because I am trying to gatekeep what is a legitimate critic and what isn't, well, they're not legitimate. I'm legitimate. I can even say the same things are terrible, but they're not doing it in the right way. They're not doing it in the, pre-approved way, in the morally correct, in the politically correct way. Therefore, they are wrong and bad, and no one should ever watch them. They should be demonetized. That is kind of the thesis of this whole thing.
Why it was bad. And as a result, beyond just simply the message was in it. As a result, they created a nebulous narrative that the message was infiltrating comic books. And several figures came forward to...
It is undoubtable. It is, you can't even, it's a fucking objective fact that comic books have taken a turn. Like, you can't deny that comic books have gone a certain direction. There's a very obvious change in the fucking political talk in comic books. I don't know, I don't know how to pinpoint like an exact time, but it's very clear that, do you think just 20 years ago, were we having all the main characters switch with black characters? Were all the male characters switching with women characters? Were they trying to show more like LGBT stuff? No, there was a huge that fucking had an exponential increase within like the last 20 years. There's a clear change. You're acting like it doesn't exist. Dr. Gatelove, How I Learned to Stop Critiquing and Love the Mary Sue. Exactly. That would be a good video title.
To say, well, I hate mainstream comics, I'm going to make my own. And they use their audience on YouTube to leverage in crowdfunding campaigns to produce their comics.
Remember that guy who bullied Peter Parker and stole all of his girls? Well, it turns out he made a comic book, Cyberfrog Blood Honey.
Now,
Cyberfrog.
On one hand, if you have an audience...
Wait, didn't he earlier say they don't make their own stuff? I feel like he said they just complain and they don't make their own comics.
That values what you have to say, it's not a bad idea to market a new idea to them. And the audience can then choose to accept this new media work with open arms or reject it. The problem is a lot of Comicsgate crowdfunding campaigns were either of poor quality, despite a lot of money coming in, or were basically delayed, undelivered, and in some cases, even years later, had unfulfilled promises to their backers. Nowhere is this more clear than with Ethan Van Sciver.
Cyberfrog was the flagship character of comics industry veteran Ethan Van Sciver. Van Sciver would temporarily retire the character to start work under Marvel and DC, where he'd eventually create a whole roster of characters such as Dust, who could be argued was Marvel's real first Muslim character, and Jessica Cruz, who actually showed up in the movie DC League of Super Pets.
Ethan Van Sciver was a DC artist who was pretty prolific at DC. However, after departing from DC for reasons that are nebulous, and I won't speculate, even though I've heard some things.
This whole video is speculation. That's where you stop. All right.
YouTube, became a YouTube artist, and then eventually started joining the Comicsgate movement. Ethan Van Sciver was going to reboot a comic he had done back when he was a younger man in the 90s.
With the launch of Cyberfrog Blood Honey, a colossal crowdfunding success story, grossing over $1 million in funding, making it one of, if not the, most successful crowdfunded comic at the time.
He required $500,000 to produce 44 pages of comic. Most indie comics can be written for about under 10,000, but I digress. You gotta pay artists, you gotta pay letters, you gotta do all that, inkers. I get it, it's expensive, but not
you got to produce all of them, distribute
for only a single issue. And he promises backers, delivered copies, bonuses, this, that, and the third. And when it was time to deliver, nothing. If you look at the comments section of his various Indiegogo Kickstarter campaigns, you'll find a ton of people complaining that they have not received what they asked for specifically.
Hello, Ethan. Many backers have trusted you, and unfortunately, it seems either you don't care or you overestimate your abilities and put too much on your plate to deliver in proper time. It pains me to say this; it really does. I will no longer back any projects from you. You introduced me to Nasser, John Mallon, Clint Stoker. I agree. I knew Zach first, but all these creators have been consistent, releasing books in good time. The consummate professional Ethan Van Sciver is late. Could these be cherry picked? I don't know. Was he late? Probably. I don't know who Onwudinjo Chukwun Waik Toby is. Probably not their probably not their typical backer, but these could be cherry picked. I don't know, but it also could have been that he was late on delivering the product. I don't know either. He used the word nebulous a dozen times so far, and it seems to be shorthand for I don't actually know, and I can't form real arguments, so I'm calling it nebulous because that sounds bad, right? It does sound like that might be like a crutch word that he uses a lot. It's also like a crutch that he uses when he doesn't really have a good point. Yeah, his argument was just nebulous. Did you know? When he's talking about this page, this is nebulous. I bet you anything, his next point is gonna be nebulous. When you never learn about financing and get $1 million, right? That's the other thing is like, it could be there's like a legit issue here. It could be that this guy didn't expect it to be that successful. And even then, it's like you should still have been prepared to, I don't know, output a comic. If you're doing if he didn't do it, if he hasn't come out with it, that's a legit, I would say that's a legit criticism. Ironically enough, that's a legit criticism of him if he did this crowdfunding for a comic book. I don't know what was the time frame he promised it in, but if he's like 5 years late, that's ridiculous. Yeah, that would be a legit criticism that does not look too great on him. All the crowdfunded comics are delivered late, which is not optimal, but is I feel like that is the norm. It's not ideal. My point is that does it get delivered eventually? Does it ever get eventually delivered, or is it just gone? If it's gone, then that's fucked up, and that's insane. That's a very obvious grift. If it gets done and then it's just late, that just means that they bit off more than they can chew. They overestimated, like this guy says. You overestimate your abilities. Too much on your plate, perhaps. Like there's potential reasoning. Doesn't look good on him, but it's not like he's intending to rip these people off. Either way.
And these people paid a lot of money for these rewards, like a ton of money. It's just a suspicious amount of money in some cases, but most just paid, what they could.
Don't forget, one campaign raised over $500,000 with just over 8,500 backers. That means some of these backers must have been paying thousands of dollars for one issue.
It's hard not to look at these comments and go, well...
The thing is, these backers, you also have to consider, they're not backing this with the hopes they'll get nothing, but they are also backing this in the hopes of supporting comics like this. They're supporting an idea. They're basically trying to put their money where their mouth is when they talk about the certain things or they watch these things. They're putting money towards someone who agrees with them and puts out content that agrees with them. They're basically trying to fund their side of things. So when someone puts like $1,000 for a comic book, guess what? That's intended for more than just a comic book. They're intending to help a cause. They're intending for the person they support or the person they agree with to keep doing what they're doing. Yeah, no shit. Like if he gets like $500,000 and you're saying on average it costs like what, $10K to potentially make a comic, maybe that's a low estimate. We'll say $100K. Let's say it takes $100K to do this, and they get $500,000. Guess what? They want that guy to succeed. They wanted him to succeed. They want him to have a lot of profit. They want him to keep doing what he's doing. They didn't give him an absurd amount of money just because they wanted to pay $1,000 for a comic book. Just think about it for a few seconds. He says a suspicious amount of money because he cannot accept that lots of people have different worldview. Right, exactly. These people knew what they're like. Obviously, they intended to receive something in return, but a comic book is not worth that much. You know this. I know this. They knew this when they bought it. The comic book is not worth $1,000. But they put that much in because they wanted that profit to go to that person, because that person has the same worldview as them, because that person is pushing a narrative they agree with. It's not suspicious. Guys, we're not wrong. They're laundering money through crowdfunded comics that they're not even putting out. That is an insane angle. And the evidence of that is nebulous at best. I'll learn from this guy. That's a good word. Nebulous is a great word. It does a lot of heavy lifting.
A lot of people didn't get what they paid for. You promised something. You didn't deliver it, but you leveraged your audience to do this.
Nebulous Neko, right?
July, who is a member of Blaze Media and has ties with Glenn Beck. He also jumped in Comicsgate and also produced comics, I would say, more successfully. And currently, Eric July...
Was that Hitler? Hold on, was that Hitler?
He also jumped in Comicsgate and also produced comics, I would say, more successfully.
Is that Hitler in the background there? that is, right? I'm not imagining things. The weight of restraint. Let's see.
And currently, Eric July is working with just about every single grifter we mentioned before, also Mauler, to produce
Mauler
more comics. He is leveraging his license that he's created, and he has made some comics, admittedly, of poor quality.
Granted, the price of his comics is absurd, but he at least has comics available for sale.
Okay. He leverages his audience, again, the same way that Ethan Van Sciver did.
Again, the people that buy these are putting the money in with the hopes that they know they're supporting someone they're supporting someone on their side. It's like if you bought a $50 pen from like a political candidate. Let's say you bought a $50 pen from like Kamala's campaign. You know that the pen's not worth $50, and you're not getting your money's worth. What you're hoping is that money goes to someone that supports your view. Why this shouldn't be hard to understand, right?
Delivered. And now he's expanding his independently driven comic books with other notable grifters who are using the culture war to push an agenda to present their comics to the world. It's hard not to see this.
If you buy a comic book to support your political party, you need to reevaluate your life. I mean, yeah, fair enough. I wouldn't do it, but some people do, okay?
As someone trying to push a product as a countermeasure to a problem they've created. To combat the message, you must support their independent, low, small art. Is it a grift? I'd say so. It's very clear these are low-effort productions designed to push product and circulate money above all else.
Is it? Wait, it's very clear it's a low-effort. Which part's the clear low-effort part? 96 pages in this book. Which part? How is it clear that it's low effort?
He leveraged his audience, again, the same way that Ethan Van Sciver did, only he delivered. Now he's expanding his independently driven comic books with other notable grifters who are using the culture war to push an agenda to present their comics to the world. It's hard not to see this as someone trying
I don't think it's a low effort to illustrate these comics, nor to write them. I guess, it's they're putting the same amount of effort it takes to create a comic book. Are you saying it's very easy to create comic books? He's not even presenting evidence. He's just stating it is low effort. He just stated he's not going to put anywhere near the amount of effort into anything, but he's just going to state that making a comic book is low effort.
Trying to push a product as a countermeasure to a problem they've created. To combat the message, you must support their independent, low, small art. Is it a grift? I'd say so. It's very clear these are low-effort productions designed to push product and circulate money above all else.
And credit where credit is due, Ethan Van Sciver has pointed out that Eric July's art is terrible.
Did he really? And we were correct. Eric July was lying. Yes, Cannon White redrew the preview page from Yera #1. Okay, so is the right the redrawn? Or is the left the redrawn? I don't know. I mean, the right has color, which can make it seem higher quality, right? I don't know. The main difference I'm seeing is the coloring. Yeah, I read comics to win an upcoming election. I'm making a difference. Yes. You watch streams to make a difference too, right? You donate to streamers and they'll make a difference. EBS is funny, actually, and Eric July is a bit of a lolcow. Probably. That's the thing is, he's utilizing that there are some, there's internal strife within these people. These people don't all 100% lockstep with one another. Clearly, they're all grifters. Or maybe there's some little like this small little petty politics within this side, which exists on all sides. Really, all sides will have small like inter-party like issues and deliberations that, you know, that doesn't mean they're wrong. That doesn't mean it's like, okay, maybe one guy's an asshole. That doesn't mean they're all assholes. Again, with the not understanding that one, like an exception doesn't disprove a rule. Maybe it turned out maybe I don't know the backstory on this, but maybe it turns out Ethan Van Sciver sided, or like he was with Eric July, working with him, or something. I don't know. Or he was on his side at one point, and then Eric July turned out to be an idiot. And now he's like, okay, my bad. Turns out this guy's an idiot. I don't know. I don't know the backstory, but that doesn't make them all grifters. One guy doesn't fulfill his promise. That doesn't make them all grifters. Saving the world by buying comics? Lol. Yeah.
Skyver is many things, but a bad artist he really isn't. And he notices when his competition takes shortcuts.
But there's one person I ignored.
Who?
The Critical Drinker.
Oh shit, he left the whole... We still got... Okay, we've still got 11 minutes? Really? And it's all about the Critical Drinker? Oh, well, okay. He saves the last couple of minutes for himself. Is he going to say, me, am I a grifter? No, I'm totally not a grifter. We'll see. But he left a good portion dedicated just to the Critical Drinker.
In the supposed grifterverse out there, the Critical Drinker is the most successful. And I think there's a lot...
Is he the most successful? Really?
Drinker. Of all the people in the supposed grifterverse out there...
2.36 million subscribers? Is that the highest? Maybe.
The Critical Drinker is the most successful. And I think there's a lot to do with how he presents his opinions as to why he's so successful. Critical...
Notice he went very soft on Eric July because Eric July is black. Yeah, it is noticeable. True. He didn't consider that maybe Eric July is like fucked up or is a fuck up. No, everyone else is wrong in that situation.
Drinker style fashions him as just a normal guy.
Did I hear him say fascism? Hold on.
To do with how he presents his opinions.
I think I misheard. I think I misheard him.
Drinker style fashions him as just a normal guy talking about movies to normal people. That's highly relatable beyond the absolute anger you see from some grifters on a regular basis about Brie Larson. The trick is that the grifter thinks that themes and ideas like that are just fluff that your mainstream Hollywood critics will throw in there.
You know, I've talked a lot lately about the problem of themes in movie criticism, and the tendency of today's reviewers to overlook a movie's objective flaws, rather than exercising some actual brainpower to understand why its functional elements...
Favorite Critical Drinker thing is him complaining about overpowered women in movies, and then in his own self-funded movie, he has an overpowered women, and his Patreon backers turning on him for... Is this real? I didn't hear about this. That is funny if that's true. Big if true.
Don't work.
If it's not clearly
available, it's really made his own movie?
Level, it doesn't exist. That's his main perspective.
Riddle me this. What comes to mind when you think of your favorite horror movies? Is it the...
Here's the thing. Okay, here's what I'll say this right now. As someone who doesn't watch The Critical Drinker and has watched EFAB where he was like a member of it at some point, if I'm going to a channel called The Critical Drinker and I'm going to watch movie reviews from someone called The Critical Drinker, you know what I'm there for? I'm there for someone who's drinking and then talking about movies. I'm not there for like, you know, very like super precise and like highly sophisticated reasoning. I'm not looking for like a fucking academic's view on a movie. I'm looking for a drunk retard's view on a movie. If I'm going to go to a channel called The Critical Drinker. And it's going to be like, guess what? This guy is what he describes himself as. This guy is a drinker who's critical. Did you know the Critical Drinker is a drinker who's critical? Shocking. Event Horizon is unofficially a 40K movie. All the lore lines up. Doesn't conflict with it at all. Is this that movie? I don't know. I haven't seen Event Horizon, or I've never even heard of Event Horizon. I don't watch them because I don't care about politics and movies. I just need to waste an hour and a half. Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, I used to watch a lot of EFAP, and I think that was very much adjacent to that sort of material, because Critical Drinker was a part of it as well. But not so much anymore, but I used to. There was a clip of Event Horizon in the video. Ah, I see. Okay. Is it a good movie?
slowly building tension and anticipation of a vulnerable character venturing into a dark and dangerous place, the adrenaline rush of an unexpected confrontation with some horrifying
epilepsy
creature,
warning.
the sickening disgust of some shocking piece of body horror, or maybe even a glimmer of dark humor when an unpleasant character meets their well-deserved end. Whatever it might be, it's probably not going to be a subversive exploration of contemporary American socio-political issues, but that's exactly what Jordan Peele delivers with Us, his second misguided journey into the worlds of horror movies.
However, what he accomplishes is he pushes against any critic who could possibly argue against him. After all, they're looking for themes and
Isn't that what you're doing, you fucking hypocrite? Isn't that exactly what you're doing, you fucking hypocrite? Oh, he crosses his arms. This furry is serious. He's getting serious. But his whole video is about you can't critique. I get to decide who's legit critiquers and who is not a good legit critiquer. It's okay. It's horror. It's pretty good. Horror movie, not the best. I see. Okay.
Abstract ideas don't exist as his audience interprets it. While he's looking at just the down-to-the-earth, what does the film suck or does it work? And in doing so, he can ignore whatever aspects of the film he doesn't like, as the director intended, in order to...
He's the critical drinker. Guess what? He drinks and is critical of movies. He is exactly what his name describes. And you're like, but he isn't talking about the themes. He's ignoring the themes.
Just push his interpretation of the story. Going back to the example...
Yes! He watched a movie. He's pushing his interpretation. Is that not what... Do critics not interpret films themselves? Do they need other people to interpret a film for them? Hey, Wolfie, how's it going? Hey, I just read your message exactly back to you. It's going good. I'm just... this is a really long video that I didn't think I'd get to the end to, but it's basically the whole stream now, so... But I did say I intend to cut this as best I can into a YouTube video, so that's why I'm trying to finish it. But yeah, that's the stream's been this video entirely so far. But it's going pretty well. How are you doing? Anyway.
Example of Last House on the Left I made a very long time ago at the start of this video. He would watch Last House on the Left, ignore Wes Craven's intentions, and just go, wow, that's pretty violent, isn't it? Hell, let me be honest. He'd probably argue the cops meant to represent the inability of...
There is something to be said. There is something to be said for watching a movie and letting it stand on its own. You don't need to always know what the director was intending. Guess what? It is a form of media, and as such, it is meant to be enjoyed, whether you fucking know the director's intent or not. I don't care if the director intended for this character to do a certain thing or be a certain thing. If I don't see that in the movie, it's not relevant to me. Like... The piece of work should stand on its own. I shouldn't have to listen to the director to find out, oh, this movie was actually about a certain theme. Because if I didn't see that theme and it wasn't relevant to me, then why would I give a shit? No, you're enjoying it the wrong way. You have to know. You have to learn what the artist intended. You can't just like art. You can't just critique art without knowing what the artist intended. Bruh. Doing okay? Good.
Of law enforcement to actually protect people in a violent world are somehow demasculating men or something. Also, he demonstrably knows very little about films, and his film diet is very limited, as is the case when...
Did he ever portray...
There's a reason people, like, in the West are starting to draw more...
Did he ever portray himself as being, like, a super sophisticated, like, high-knowledge fucking movie critiquer? Or did he just say, hey, I drink and critique movies?
More towards, Korean or Japanese filmmaking. It's precisely because it's a bit different from what we get. That's a good thing.
Yeah, what is the most recent Japanese film or at least entertainment that you enjoyed so far?
What am I thinking of? See, a lot of them would be older ones, like Old Boy, for example.
That's the Korean film. Uh-oh.
I really enjoyed that one. I know it's not Japanese, but yeah, probably stuff like that. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, I really like that.
That's Chinese.
Just say Shin Godzilla or something, dude.
But yeah.
He also does the whole grifter thing, but he does so in a way that
he could be drunk
to his audience. Is he wrong? Oh yeah, very often. He has made...
If he couldn't name one, that doesn't mean he's wrong. He could have been put on the spot. I'm giving him a lot of leeway, I know, but he could have been put on the spot and just couldn't name one. That doesn't mean he's wrong. His point could still stand, but it's like, okay, someone's like, name the last movie you watched. It's like, you put on the spot, you might not remember. Maybe after the stream was done, he could be like, oh shit, I should have said this. It doesn't mean he's wrong. Yeah, it doesn't look great, but especially when he's asked for a Japanese specific film and he mentions a Korean and Chinese film. But I'm just saying, like, that doesn't necessarily prove him wrong. It's like if you want to do a gotcha, okay, cool, you have like a little gotcha clip. but you're not disproving him.
Made some reviews that are completely outright falsehoods, misrepresenting films he reviews and hiding reviews of films.
You haven't demonstrated that. You're making up a lot of shit that you have not demonstrated.
That he should have reviewed his main channel, like Sinners. Those strange.
Why do you care what's on his main or side channel? That's such a stupid point. That's such a stupid point. You're like, I should get... He didn't put this on his main channel. He put it on his side channel. That's bad. He should put what I want on his main channel and what I want on his side channel. He should do what I want. You're not the fucking channel. You didn't make the channel. It's his channel. Why does it matter that he took this movie and put it on his side channel? What point are you trying to make with that? I don't understand. All I can think of is he didn't do what I want, therefore he's bad. Reject gotcha, embrace gotcha. It sounds very similar, but I know what you mean.
Strangely, he reviewed weapons, and lately has been trying to push different films like the underwatched Red Sonja, but it doesn't change the fact that the vast majority of his work is Marvel.
Okay, so strangely, he's starting to do what I said he should do, but his focus is still... Yeah, okay. And question mark, and what's your point?
Disney, or superheroes in general. Though I gotta say, it's kind of odd you reviewed weapons immediately. I can't imagine what reason might have caused that to happen.
The message.
Also,
is it potentially because he saw it and was like, I'm not very interested in this movie called Sinners? It's also possible he's like, this one looks like it's a lot more like... This one looks like it's very in-your-face, easy content for me. This one, it's boring to me. Why do you care what he picks and chooses to review? Everyone reviewed Weapons. That movie is loved by critics. Yeah, I mean, that's more reason for him to cover it then, right? Everyone's reviewing it. Why shouldn't he? If everyone's doing it, why shouldn't he? You're not denigrating other people for doing it. You're just denigrating for him for doing it.
Weapons gets 30 minutes across 2 videos, while Sinners gets under 5 in 1. Seems a little disproportionate there, buddy. His main channel consists primarily of videos about mainstream blockbusters, but very rarely does he offer any counter-argument on his main channel to his narrative. He does not challenge his narrative, but it seems like every movie that comes...
What is his job to challenge his narrative? I think his job is just to put out content his viewers will like. At the end of the day, if you're a YouTube influencer, whatever the fuck, your job is to put out content your viewers will like. It's not necessarily to challenge your worldview or to challenge your content or to challenge anything. You want your viewers to have a good time. And if he chooses things that he thinks his viewers will like, that just makes him a good entertainer then. Or a smart businessman.
Comes out just further pushes his ideas. He will change video descriptions of older videos to align better with popular consensus when they come out. Most notably, his video on Prey. He was very critical of the...
Wait, hold on. You cut too fast. Hold on. Okay, so... Where am I supposed to start on this? So, original video, why nobody cares about House of the Dragon. Genuinely had no idea House of the Dragon had even started. This seems like no buzz around it. Nobody cares. Okay. This was in August 2020. Wait, but this is also August 22nd, same day. It's the biggest premiere ever. Okay, The Verge says it's the biggest premiere ever. Again, appeal to authority. Article from a mainstream source says biggest premiere ever. Therefore true? That's stupid. That's stupid. But okay, so he changed the title. Okay. Yeah, maybe he's trying to move away from his nobody cares narrative. So what? The video is still the same. It's still the exact same video, right? It could be he thought more people would click on it if he took away the negative title. The race scripting is so tiresome. He's framing all this as racial, but he's never directly saying it. It's so tiresome. Yeah, it is. He's very much trying to like be coy about what he's trying to say. He's very nebulous, if you will. 30-something minutes of Baka lost. Bugged Pyro. What the fuck? Twitch bugged for you? What? That's weird. Well, hopefully it didn't, like the stream didn't die. It looks like it's fine on my end, yeah. But that's fucked up. Sorry to hear that.
To align better with popular consensus when they come out. Most notably, his video...
How to spoil a good idea versus... Okay, so... But he still says doesn't look great. What's the issue here? Doesn't look great. How to spoil a good idea. It sounds like it's the same fucking, like the same opinion. Does it not? It was reworded. It's definitely React Night. Yeah, for sure. It is definitely React Night. Thank you for the Maxwell. Chris Bonerman. Reactor Neko, yeah. Maybe I'll make specific days React days. Monday, maybe Mondays will be React days. I don't know. But so far, it seems like today is the React day only.
On Prey. He was very critical of the trailer to Prey in a way that I think reflected the culture warrior grift.
If Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger and his pumped-up buddies armed with state-of-the-art weaponry...
Schwarzenegger, that's what he said, okay? He didn't say anything else.
Then what kind of a chance has a 100-pound girl with a bow and arrow got against it? Well, according to the trailer, nah, it'll be fine.
The point...
No, yeah, that's good. That's a good... I also thought the exact same thing. I'm like, this is stupid. I don't want to watch a fucking Predator movie where you have a fucking Native American chick taking on the Predator. It makes zero fucking sense as a concept. I don't know. I assume the movie... I assume in the movie, the Predator is super injured, therefore they stand some sort of chance, right? That's probably what they did. Now I want to see Prey. It seems cool, actually. It might be. Supposedly it's better than they thought, so, you know, maybe it's a decent film. I don't know. I haven't seen it. Megabonk Monday. Crisp, I actually, for Megabonk, I'm like... I played a shit ton of it, and I've nearly got every single achievement except for... And by achievement, I mean quest, but... The only one I'm missing right now is doing the 25% difficulty. So eventually I'll do that. I'm still trying to achieve like a perfect run where I have like 100% dodge. But it's difficult. Nobody to be found was here. Maybe they will play Peak. Nah, I don't. It's pretty late, and I don't know if he's still here. Canonically, doesn't the Predator not attack women or children because they're not suitable opponents or something? Maybe. Is that in one of the Predator films? I've actually never seen Predator. Well, at least I don't think I have. I've seen Alien vs. Predator, and I've seen maybe the first... Oh no, I've seen what's that alien film with the massively tall white aliens? That's the one I saw. Also for the Megapunk, that difficulty achievement is super easy to get. Yeah, probably. I just haven't gotten it yet. I'm not saying it's difficult. I'm just saying, ironically enough, the difficulty achievement's easy. I just haven't done it yet. Predator spared a woman in Predator 1 and again in Predator 2. Oh, maybe. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know. I assume if they did do that, then it would come up at some point in the film. You're still working your way at 100k kills and the Slutty Rocket kills? Oh, I got the Slutty Rocket kills already. But yeah. That one's just, you just got to do enough runs. In Predator 2, he could not, or he could sense that she was pregnant and thus not a valid target. Huh. So they have morals, I guess. I see. Maybe it's just a theory, a fan theory. Maybe. Maybe. That could be used as an explanation as for why she stood a better chance. Because it was not deeming her as a combatant. Maybe.
Of the Predator films is that every single warrior who fights the Predator has to be tested with their skill and cleverness as opposed to their weaponry and arsenal. Even Arnold stripped down his weapons to nothing before fighting the Predator. This implies you forgot the plot of the movie you're supposedly defending. But he changed the title when the movie came out. People really liked Prey. Now, is that a deception on his part? Who's to say? The video is still up. Just the title changed. But the way he presents his topics shows he is very mindful of how he markets his image to...
Yeah, why is that bad? There's a reason he's the most successful, isn't there? There's a reason he's the most successful, isn't there? And you don't like it. He changed the title. That's the exact same video. He changed the title. Oh no, he changed the title because he thought this title probably works better for getting people to click on the video. Oh my god, what the hell? Oh my god. Someone doing a smart business decision for the channel, that's fucking insanity. He's clearly nebulous. He's clearly being nebulous.
Audiences. If you watch his videos on theme and the mechanics of storytelling, you realize very quickly he has a very nebulous understanding of criticism, but he presents himself as an authority to his audience and dismisses critics who talk about theme, who talk about ideas, subtext, who talk about implication of narrative, and who try to analyze film on a deeper level by presenting this nebulous, ironically postmodern perspective that it's all nonsense.
We need a nebulous count.
Discussing it, and therefore it's his critics making stuff up as they go. An interesting counter-argument considering he also pushes against the modern perspective of certain people and the questioning of societal norms in storytelling and society. In this case, the grifter pushes an idea, an agenda, a message to the audience that there is some enemy of their hobby. And it's only thanks to their critical analysis or their counterculture.
Okay, there is an enemy to the hobby. It's the people trying to subvert it. It's the people trying to turn it into other shit. You're still going to pretend there isn't a change in film and comic books. He's just going to keep pretending there was no change. There's been no change in the primary targeted demographic and the demographic of the heroes in the comic books. It's been exactly the same since the 80s, right? Since the 90s, since the 2000s, into the 2010s and 2020s, right? There's been no change in that time period. Fucking liar. Fucking, you're the one being nebulous right now. He's nebulous.
Product that you can combat and fight this nebulous threat that's ruining your...
He said it again. He said it again. This nebulous threat. Dear God.
Your entertainment industry. So where does that place someone like myself? Where does that place someone like the Birdman or any number of anti-grifter critics online? Well, safe to say, we're not grifting. We're not trying necessarily to sell you an idea.
Okay. In the topic called me, ? Are we grifters? No. We're not trying to sell you anything. No. Don't pay attention. No. We're not trying to sell you anything. Even though you already stated, what is Critical Drinker trying to sell? What is he trying to sell? You called him an outright grifter, right? What is he trying to sell? Is he trying to gain viewers? Is he trying to get eyes on his videos for ad bucks? Are you not doing that exact same thing? Okay, so how is he a grifter but you're not? Is it just because you think, I'm genuine about, I'm just critiquing in the right way? How he does it is wrong. I don't like him. This is like fucking baby shit. This is baby fucking complaints. This is retarded baby logic.
Idea, but rather to unsell you on an idea. That's the opposite of a grift.
We're trying to unsell you on the idea. That's the opposite of a grift. Hey, Mr. Smarty Pants. Hey, fucking retard. Could you not say all these people that you very much disagree with? Could you not say they're trying to unsell you on mainstream media, on mainstream films, on all the big, subverted like movies, what they're calling the message? It seems very much like their entire fucking shtick is unselling you on these things. Guess what? That's the opposite of a grift, like you said. These guys you said are outright grifters sounds an awful lot like they fit your description of yourself, in which they are unselling. Therefore, it's the opposite of a grift. Gee, interesting how that works.
Taking an imaginary problem with an imaginary solution, we're taking the snake oil and telling you its ingredients. To argue...
Could they not be taking the snake oil of what is being put out there? What is the modern Star Wars is snake oil to them. Snake oil to them. Could they not be doing the same thing?
Is the core tenet of criticism.
I'm not selling you on any idea. I'm unselling you on other ideas. Wow, that's one of the sleaziest things you've ever heard. Yeah. He's slimy. He's being a slimy nebulous. He's being slimy and nebulous. His motives. He's hiding his true motives. He's being coy. He's fucking like gripping his hands below the screen. He's rubbing his hands together and being like, no. I'm not selling you. I'm unselling you on the opposite side. I'm not trying to sell you on my ideas. I'm trying to unsell you on the ideas I don't like. Yeah, okay. We see through you. We can see what you're trying to do here.
To take ideas and disentangle them is a core.
It's the same thing, yeah.
Critical analysis.
Guess what? Him pointing at these others, him pointing at Critical Drinker, Mahler, all the others. He's pointing to them and saying they're the message, and I'm trying to unsell you on that. He's doing the fucking same thing that he's calling them out on.
If we do not have counter arguments and discussion and argument about media, we are not engaging in good faith.
If we don't have counter arguments, we're not engaging in good faith. And so how do you describe you supporting those certain critics who were demonetized? You supported their demonetization. Oh, are you suddenly not for opposing views? Are you arguing in good faith, sir? I have a feeling you're not.
We have to push against other perspectives in the critical landscape.
Yes.
Because through discussion, through analysis, through counter arguments, we're able to really determine the true depths of where art is. A critic who's trying to sell you on a bad idea, if you do not counter that, will influence others to misunderstand.
Absolutely, yeah.
And by misunderstanding the arts, they'll misunderstand the society that created that art. They'll become incurious. They'll become detached from what we're talking about. And to do so is a net negative. It harms the arts. It harms that perspective.
It harms the arts, does it? They're harming the arts by critiquing, by doing what you're doing, but on the opposing side. They're doing exactly what you're doing, but on the other side where you don't like it. And that harms the arts. Gee whiz. Is this guy soberly criticizing the critical drinker? He is, yes. He is, in fact. He's trying to build moral armor with word salad. Yeah, he is. He is very, very much trying to, like, he's trying to, I feel like amidst this discussion, he has to realize how hypocritical he sounds. He has to realize while he's saying this, he's trying to build a narrative. He's like, oh shit, I'm describing exactly what we're doing. I'm describing exactly what I'm doing. And he's trying a word salad to try and make it make sense. So that we don't notice the same thing he's likely noticed.
It harms what we want to see, and it spreads misinformation. After all, it was misinformation that led to the Hays Code. It was misinformation.
The Hays Code was good. The Hays Code is good. Look where Hollywood went when it went away.
It was misinformation that led to Silent Night Deadline being banned almost, being taken off the theater's track almost immediately. It was misinformation that led to people believing D&D was a satanic, seductive force of the devil.
That's kind of far out. Mazes and Monsters is a far out game. Hey, it's all imagination.
Mazes and Monsters.
Without
Is it
a grift? You allow it to flourish. And if it does that, who's to say what happened next?
You avoid.
Oh my god. Oh, we get to see all the people support. By the way, not a grift. Anyway, here's all the people giving him money. Not a grift. I'm unselling you on ideas. Not a grift. But anyway, here's everyone giving me money to unsell them on opposing ideas.
Avoid fainting. Keep repeating. It's only a movie. Only a movie.
Right. Of course.
As much as you can.
Anyway, the jump scare again. Anyway, word of advice: keep the cartoon avatar. I don't want to see that face anymore. But you are such a fucking slimy hypocrite. It is ridiculous. And you're doing exactly what you're basically calling them out for doing what you're doing, but you're trying to be the arbiter, the gatekeeper for what is genuine critique and what is not genuine critique. And it seems to be what you consider not genuine critique is just things you disagree with. So I don't know how to close off other than, hey, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off with your nebulous shit. Anyway.
Tension that a lot of
So that's how I'm going to close the video. That was my closure. Let's see. Play more. Who asked? What do you mean who asked? I asked. I asked myself. Play more Megabonk. I can play some runs of Megabonk right now, so just because we have a little bit of time left, I guess. Also, I feel like I did a lot in FTL today. Nice. Did you get successful runs? I take it. Unlock 2 ships and a layout for one of them. Nice. That seems like a very successful day playing FTL. The fear mongering at the end when he referenced a bunch of bad things and it said, "Who is to say what happens next?" So slimy. Yeah, because he's basically saying he's not saying it outright, but what he's saying is He's saying I should be the one who decides what happened next. That's what he's pushing for. He won't say it outright, but he's pushing for I should be the one who decides what happens next. Literally the exact same tactics that bad actors on both sides. Yeah, exactly. Level 1 bonk. Yeah. Level 1 bonk. All right, I know there's not much of the stream left, but I'm going to take a quick bathroom break because I went that whole time without a bathroom break. So, quick bathroom break. Quick bathroom break, and then we'll come back and we'll finish off with some Mega Bonk. So, okay. See ya in a few. It'll be a very quick break. See you in a few. 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. That wasn't too long, right? That wasn't too long. Let me copy this URL real quick, though. I want to make sure I have that video URL for when I make the edit on that. That one's going to take a while, I think. I'm going to try and do that, but I'm going to have to just... It's going to be basically the full stream, but snipping out a bunch of, like, little bits where I wasn't really talking about the video. But then on my to-do list here. What day is today? This is the 8th. 9/8. Edit. React vid. Okay. Made a note for myself. I've got like 4 different clips I gotta clip, and I just gotta get around to eventually. Neko, are you feeling nebulous? I'm feeling very, very nebulous. You know, something I want to do, it's gonna, see, this is gonna make it more work. I want to put a count, I want to put a nebulous count on the video. I want to have like a little counter somewhere where it's like nebulous count pops up, and it keeps racking up. But that's gonna take a lot of work, where I have to watch basically like the full hour again. I don't want to watch the full hour again for how many times it says nebulous. But maybe if I use, hang on. I'm going to make a note for myself. Maybe if I use like a website that creates, like, searches the subtitles, I can do it. Alright, I'm going to put a note. Search subtitles for nebulous count. Yeah, because that would be a funny addition to the video, I think. You like the lobby building? Lobby building. I'll put that as a note. Or whatever, you know, like CinemaSins, that channel, like he has, I think does the bell sound too, like something like that, something that's satisfying. Lobby bell sound. Let's see. All right, so let's do. Well, we can get a couple runs in of Mega Bonk here. Just change the stream category here to be games and demos. Okay, done. All right, so we'll switch to this scene. We'll change the game title is gonna be Mega. Okay. Thank you for the Maxwell, Chris Bonerman. Appreciate it. Right. I paused the music. I think the game has its own music, right? I muted the music when I played the game for a while. Because it was eventually getting, it was getting in my mind. It was breaking my brain. Alright. Should be popping up any moment now. I gotta adjust the audio settings here. Okay, it does have music. Okay. Anyway, I see all the gold I have up here. The gold up in the upper right. 102,000. I've been playing it a lot, but it's mostly like just trying to do an infinite run and failing. I keep trying for the infinite run. My quests here, after I get the 25% difficulty, the rest of these are done. So, box it up. Nebulous ding. Yeah, right. Exactly. Nebulous count will happen. I'll have to. It's gonna make more editing than I intended to do, which may make the video take longer to put out there, but yeah. It's funking hard to get past a few minutes final wave. True. Yeah. What I've found works for me, the couple times I did it, was it's similar to what I think it was you who gave me the strat, right? It's similar to what you said, except what I do is I'll do the only times I've been able to do it is with the that one cloak that gives you all the lifesteal. I forget what it's called. So I have that cloak, and I have the I build up a lot of HP, you know, a lot of health. So health tome, XP tome, and then evasion tome. So I just have like a shit ton of evasion. I have a shit ton of health, and then I have on top of that the lifesteal. So like, if they get past my evasion, which is going to be at like 80%, they'll get past the 80% evasion. They hit me. Well, then I got the overheal from that chunk plate. If they get through the overheal, well, then I got the lifesteal to bring that healing back. And then they still got to get through that 80 evasion again. So it lasted quite a while. Wish the guy with 400k kills recorded his run. Yeah, I wish so too. Neko, I think your streaming style will be difficult to edit because you read all of our chats. Yeah, I mean, that is the problem. Most of the editing is going to be cutting out the parts where I read chat. That's literally going to be like almost all the editing is cutting out parts where I read chat. Although the other issue though, not all of the times I read chat was unrelated. So there's certain times where I read chat and it actually contributed to what I was talking about in the video. So it's like, find the times where I read chat and it had nothing to do with the video, basically, and cut that out. Find the times where I'm just aimlessly not saying anything, which is not often, but sometimes, and cut that out. Clearly, I never just dawdle and say nothing, right? Never. Alright, jump height, dodge, okay. So I'm gonna take the 2x dodge. You know, one time I got a run where I had like 4 times health, and I still lost. Guess we'll go fire step. Oh, shit. I wonder if getting the RNG for 100% evasion is the way to get infinite. Well, that's what I've been trying to do. I think that is the case, but it is. They do make evasion like exponentially harder to get as it goes closer to 100%. I've only gotten to a max of like 85-ish. Like I've gotten past like maybe like 87 is the max I've gotten. It gets much harder to get evasion up at a certain point. Getting 4 times health from altars plus a chonk ring plus HP tome would be broken. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. It very much relies on RNG. You gotta hope for getting all the right stuff. Thank you for the helmet and the sunglasses. You might try luck maxing a few runs. Luck maxing is nice. The thing about using the fox though is eventually, if it goes long enough, eventually you'll have 100% luck because he gets 1% luck every level. So yeah, luck is good, but I feel like because he has the innate luck and you don't have to build a tome of it, you can use the tome for something else. So we got, I guess I'll go fire step again. But I have tried the luck tome before, and it does give you better stuff early, which can be pretty good. I did find out that banish skips refresh strategically helps minimize immensely, or helps strategize immensely. Yeah, I've been using them. Because you gotta try and, like, obviously it's RNG whether you'll get the items you want, so you gotta utilize these as best you can to ensure you get whatever build you're trying to make. Take that, I'll take the luck, sure. Right, so elite damage times 2. Projectile speed could be good. I'm gonna get projectile speed. Alright, we got crit damage, legendary, or we can get the other things. I think we want the crit damage then. The fuck? What weapons and tomes do you try and run? Usually I'll run... Well, he starts with a fireball, so I'll keep that. But, lightning is really good, and, if I'm trying to do an infinite run, I try and get the aura. Because if they're all spamming onto my spot, I'm trying to keep them away from touching me. The aura seems to be the best, I guess. But one thing I want to try, I haven't tried it yet, but I want to try that infinite thing, but plus the addition of the shield. I think maybe that'll help me not die where I did last time in my best run. So instead of like the aura, maybe the shield instead. Shield, fire, wand, and like lightning, I think. Max HP up. I'll take that. But then the problem is early game. The problem is early game with these things, it becomes hard to keep them all off you. Can't tell if revolver is better or not than lightning. I feel like it really depends on projectile and bounces. True. Revolver's not bad, but yeah, it's hard to decipher sometimes which ones are better or not. The thing is, if you have low crit, the revolver has inbuilt crit. Like, as you upgrade the revolver, it gets its own critical level. So, the revolver can be good just for that crit damage. I'll take luck. Oh, there's two green things over here. Yeah, bounce plus projectile and crit can all be good together, yeah. It wants me to have that elite damage, which I guess I'll take. Yo, more elite damage. All right, sure. All right, we're going. I guess we're going elite damage. Fine. Ah! It's soon, yeah. It is releasing very soon. Like, I think it's on the 18th. I'll take the shield, sure. I haven't really tried, the problem is, like, I wanted to try glass cannon builds, but the problem is, obviously, with the late game getting ridiculous, it makes, like, glass cannon impossible. Like, you cannot get strong enough to prevent them from ramming into you. So you have, it seems like tank is the only late game build. Difficulty. Projectile bounce, attack projectiles. Bounces are good. Yeah, we'll go bounce. Ah! Ah! Chill. XP tone. You're definitely getting the full game? Yeah, me too. I don't know. It doesn't show how much it's going to cost, but I do want it. I've put so much time into this, I'm like, there's no reason, like... It's clear I like the game. I'd just be, like, talking myself out of it if I didn't buy the full game. Like, I'm like, why would I try and talk myself out of it? It's like, what? Probably going to be like 20 bucks, right? The biggest expert, maybe. I'll be the... That's gonna be my claim to fame. I'm gonna be the expert on this game. Ah! There's so many of them. Oh, shit. Okay, so I've got XP. I need health or evasion. Both are good right now, but I'll go health. I want both of them. I'll just take one of them, I guess. I have to choose one. XP again. Ah! Refresh. Lightning bounce, let's go! 10 to $20 tops, yeah, I would agree. I don't know how much Vampire Survivors is, but I think Vampire Survivors wasn't that expensive too. So, there's no way they charge more than Vampire Survivors, right? Although, granted, Vampire Survivors is 2D, whereas this is doing a 3D thing, so maybe there's some... But it's... it's hard to claim this is a better game. I don't know, because it is basically doing the same thing. Just slightly different application of it. Does it run faster, jump faster? Maybe. Did I get... I didn't get anything that boosts movement speed, but it's I guess it's possible. Sometimes it does feel like I'm moving like at a snail's pace. Ah! These are all bad tomes. I gotta skip. I hate when I have to skip. Ideally, I never have to skip, but you know, if they don't give me what I need, what else am I gonna do? Ah! Okay. Difficulty, effect, duration, or jumps. I think this style of game is similar to tower defense, but you are the tower and you can move. I don't know what to call it though. I mean, I basically call it. That the funny thing is, Vampire Survivors is not the first one to make this genre. In fact, they kind of ripped off another game's idea, but they are the one that popularized it. So everyone calls it like Vampire Survivors, like, I guess. That's a long word though. There has to be a better word, right? There's got to be a better word for it. Third-person shooter survival? Maybe. But shooters... The problem is shooters imply aiming. And this game doesn't have aiming. Like, a common trait of all shooters is that you aim. Oh, shit. A lot of tower defense has an infinite mode to test your builds. Ah. Similar. It's very similar. No! There's too many of them. Ah! Don't let me die here. Ah! No! Oh man, I was too greedy. No shoot implies shooting, dummy. No. Name a single shooter where you don't aim. Name a single game that is definitively called a shooter. I guess Google will describe it as a shooter, and you don't aim. It auto aims for you. I can't think of one. Shooting is a nebulous. No, you guys are. I'm saying the opposite. You guys are saying it's a very nebulous term. It can be any shooter. All it means is you're shooting. And I'm like, no, shooters are specifically games where you aim. You guys are being nebulous. Also, there's some RNG in this game. Obviously, there's RNG. Obviously. But I meant, like, in the placement of these upgrades. Sometimes you get great placement where they're all around you, and other times you have to walk the map to find any. Look. Okay, has auto-aim versus... I mean, has the ability... How about a game has the ability to let you aim? And the primary function is not auto-aim. Dodge. Dodge or lifesteal? So we want dodge. Dodge is harder to get. Fire staff. Any single-player game with guns has auto-aim elements, even if it's only for accessibility. Okay, but they have the ability to aim manually, yes? This game does not have the ability to aim manually. Boom, boom. Why is it shooting so fast? Do I have any upgrades that do shooting speed? My upgrades are already shooting so fast. Health time, yeah. Yo, attack speed? I'll save the nuke for later. I feel like a game added manual aiming would be impossible. Yeah, true. It'd be very difficult. That would be the more difficult part than any of the decision making. Alright, so attack speed times 2, but less bounces. I think we do that. Bounces are good, but if it's so fast, maybe it's fine. Aura. Alright, we're gonna go aura. We're not gonna grab lightning. This is gonna be a test. We're not doing lightning. Because of the reduced bounces, I feel like lightning's not worth it. We cut our bounces in half, so I don't think lightning will be worth it now. Alright, what do we got? Attack size down. Ooh, that one's a tough one though. We just grabbed aura, and taking the attack size down to 50% on aura is that's gonna be a real. Nah, I don't think I can do it. Wait, it's projectile speed though. Projectile speed, not attack speed. It's different. Projectile speed. Attack size. You had a good run with the Chad and a huge aura. It's true, yeah. But if I bring attack size down, that aura comes down to a tiny little circle around me. I'm gonna get hit a lot. I hypothesize the shrine boost determine the strategy for any run. Yeah, basically, you got to run to the shrines early because it can decide what you're gonna start building into. Like, what if you have 2 times into something? It does probably help to build tomes into that. I would have grabbed this if I didn't choose aura, which is unfortunate. Attack speed. We can bring our attack speed back to 1, but give ourselves 2 times the gold, but eh. Fireball lightning will hit faster, but I only have 1 spot left. I was gonna take shield. XP tome. Remember, I have the 50% reduced bounces, so I don't know. Because lightning is all about the bounces, I feel like. Lightning is about bouncing between targets. So if you reduce the bounces, you kind of reduce the effectiveness of lightning. Too late, Leo. Yes. Dodge. I'll get dodge. What's my dodge at? My dodge is already 24%. All right. Attack speed. Attack speed. I think lightning is bounces and attack speed, probably. Probably. Projectile speed, attack size. This was a speed. We got like a fire machine gun. Health tome, sure. Pickup range times 2, health regen. Nah, I'll go for the pickup range. I mean, that's not amazing, but fall damage reduction is whatever. Just don't fall from great heights. You'll be fine. That's an easy one. That's an easy negative to take. Like, who cares? Just don't fall down. Easy. I'm trying to think also, like, in the main game, right? in the main game, they're gonna open up these locks, right? So you have 5 items, 5 weapons, 5 tomes. How are they gonna make the game hard enough and not be ridiculous like the end stage, like the final? How are they gonna make the game harder? And ideally not like they do the final swarm, because the final swarm, the final wave is annoying. It's not hard. It's annoying. How are they gonna make it hard enough to warrant adding these without it becoming like, you know, that times 100? Another key. So I've got health, XP. I need evasion tome ideally. There it is. All right. We got our tomes. We got our tomes down. Could be unlocks from achievements, maybe. Well, I meant, okay, but how are they gonna make the game harder? Like, because those would make it ridiculously easy, no? Part of the difficulty right now is you gotta decide on 3 specific weapons and 3 tomes. But if they make it like, I don't know. Here, you got 5. I'm gonna be like, I don't even want 5. So far, so good. Moldy cheese. I'm gonna banish the cheese. I always banish the cheese. What's my luck at? My luck's at 31. That's not bad. I need to find the fucking chonk plate. Chonk plate is so vital. And then the other times I'm just wandering the map, you know. I'm wandering the map looking for exclamation points in the distance. Yo, give me that speed boost. There we go. That was not as fast as I thought it was gonna be. Yeah. Cheese slander, what? Cheese slander. Cheese is not, it feels like a trash item, I don't know. More projectiles, please. A late damage, jump. I think a late damage, I guess, is the best thing they're offering here. Jump height's not bad, but as I reduce my fall damage thing, jump height might be a mistake. Pick up range. Dodge. All right, what's my dodge is at 42, my luck is 33, my crit chance is at 4? Oh, my crit chance is so fucking low. Neko, did you have a good day yesterday? I gotta try and remember. Yesterday was Sunday? I think so. I think so. Did you have a good day yesterday? Yes. Oh, yesterday as in 9 minutes ago. Oh, yeah. Okay, that yesterday. Yeah. Did you have a good day yesterday as of 9 minutes ago? I feel like crit chance isn't worth it without the revolver. I mean, every weapon seems to benefit from crit, as far as I can tell. Even the aura seems to benefit from crit. It's still today for you. I see. Power up chance. I guess attack size. XP. Swarm incoming. Oh no. What's the highest level you've gotten to? Crisp. Like, in terms of like this level up here in the upper right, what's the highest level you got to? It was a good day, but I saw a Roadrunner and it was upsetting because something was wrong with it. Oh. For a second I thought you just hated Roadrunners. I see. Sorry to hear that. It was a good day, then I saw a Roadrunner. Day ruined. Oh shit, they're getting obnoxious. Highest level was maybe in the 70s and 80s, but it could be more because I wasn't paying attention. Definitely 80, 70 to 80 plus. I see. I know for a fact I got mine over 100. On that one run I was talking about, my closest to an infinite run. So that was pretty cool, but... Legendary. My luck must be going pretty high. 42% luck. Okay. Zawaterdal. Zawaterdal sucks because I don't intend to ever use it. If I'm doing well, I don't intend to ever use it. Key, I guess. Wow. Cool to see Roadrunners. It's uncommon to see them here because they're shy. I see hawks, owls, snakes, coyotes, bobcats more frequently than I see Roadrunners. Are you in fucking Australia? I don't see any of these. But I guess I don't go out that much. The run is doomed? Yours or mine? Just seeing the DPS on that mini boss, you're cooked. do not naysay my run. It's fine. Look, we'll figure it out. It's fine. I just need a chonk plate. We can make it work if I get a chonk plate. All right. It's about the chonk plate. All right. It's not about damage. It's about survival. Or at least that's where I'm aiming right now. Okay. I'm aiming for survival right now. Once you've already perfected survival, then you can focus on damage. Chonk plates. All right, so now I've got chonk plate. All right. Now ideally, I would have the 2 times health. I want 2 times health at least. We're pretty good, but 2 times health would make this a lot better. Australia Roadrunners are in America. Are they really? Oh. They look like something you see in Australia, though. Also, keep in mind, one of my weapons is a shield. All right, maybe I'd be melting them if instead of a shield I had like lightning. But I went for the shield to try and do survival. I'm trying to do an infinite. Attack damage. Sure. What is my... So, okay, so I've got 52% evasion, 60% lifesteal. Okay. Thank you for the witch hat, Stevie J. Appreciate it. Dodge. We'll go dodge again. Oh, we can do crit chance though. Crit chance will definitely help our damage here, which we have 16%. It's pretty bad crit chance, but. Alright. Max health minus? No. No! This is all trash. I want max health up. Ignore offers. Final swarm. It's so over. It's probably over, yeah. It is probably over. No way to get past 2 minutes? Well, we'll see. Give me a second chonk plate, please. Just give me a second chonk plate. We can do this. When do you start the when do you start the timer for the final wave? Is this final wave start after these 40 seconds? Oh shit. Oh, that's not. I want a second chonk plate. Did you figure out what luck does? Yeah, luck defines when you get a level up and you have your options on what to choose, luck makes you get better options. So you know how sometimes there's like legendary or uncommon upgrades? If you have higher luck, you get higher chances of getting like legendary, rare, and uncommon upgrades, which is actually pretty good. Final wave is 0 seconds white, so you're 50 seconds deep in the final wave. I see. Ah, I got booped. They're booping. They're starting to boop. Why is my overheal so low? I'm supposed to be able to overheal higher. Why is my overheal not going that high? My waggle tongue? Damn. No! It's starting, it's beginning. Too fast. It's too much. That's trash. Can't see. Ah. Oh no. I can't see. What am I doing? Ah. Damn it. Damn it. That was going so good. Thank you for the angel set, Steve J. Too fast. Alright, we'll do one more. One more. This is the final run. Seemed like it was better than usual, yeah. Just, didn't quite accomplish what I wanted. F, yeah, F's in chat. F in chat. Thank you for the F's. Alright. So that's the general idea on what I'm trying to accomplish. So part of the issue what happened was I didn't get any 2 times health. I didn't get any 2 times no 2 times health, no 2 times evasion, not even 2 times like lifesteal. So basically like the Moais, the Moai heads, they well, what's the one that gives you the 2 times? It's not the Moai heads actually. The upgrades betrayed me. In theory, I think it's probably impossible to get 100% though. In theory, yes. In practice, I think it's actually impossible to get 100, but maybe given the right, maybe like maybe if you somehow get 4 times evasion, and then you get the evasion tome, maybe it's possible. That's what I want to do. It's just it doesn't seem to ever happen. Everything's got to line up for it. Can you evade explosions? Yeah, I think so. You can evade fall damage. Like if you jump off a cliff and you land, you can evade it. So I think it's all damage. Now the thing is, who knows what they change in the full game, you know? Some things they might decide are overpowered, or they might change it in the full game so it doesn't work the same way. The Shrine of Balance. Remove thorns, but for 2 times crit chance. Sure. 0% evasion against Maxwell? Yeah, Maxwell got me. Thank you for the Maxwell. Cannot outrun him. He's unoutrunable. Damage tome. I want one, but okay, I think XP was this. Also, I keep hearing a sound that sounds like I'm being thwacked, and it sounds exactly like the sound when like someone does the test redemption. So every time in game I get thwacked or I hear that thwack sound, I like look to see if someone redeemed something. It always gets me. Damage or yellow skeleton, yeah. What's nice is if you have shield, you can take any fall damage without taking real damage. It's true, yeah. Shield is nice for that. Hopefully they didn't patch that. Yeah, it seems like it worked, for me at least. Damage or XP shards? Or shards slice through enemies? I feel like I want the extra XP. 10% crit, let's go. Because we got 2 times crit, so now we're at 22%, which isn't amazing, but... The fuck? Oh my gosh. He's gonna read?
Chris Bonerman cheered. X69. Ha, 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 ha. Funny number. Level 117 sick. Level 117 sick.
Oh my
You are
gosh.
gay.
Shut up, Chris Bonerman. You're gay. You're named after a boner. You're more gay than I, okay? Also, thank you very much for the 69 bits. Indeed, that was ha ha ha, the funny meme number. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you. I'm gonna get the luck. Ah! Hopefully, wait, have you ever killed the ones that run away? Killed the ones that run away? Oh yeah, I've killed them. The blue ones will give you XP, when, like a bonus XP when you blow them up. And then the golden ones give you bonus gold when you blow them up. Thank you for the military helmet. Have you ever gotten like 4 times speed? It's insane. If you get 4 times speed, you're just like running around at the speed of sound, you know? It's like Sonic. Let me grab the speed. No! I'm trying to grab the speed. Okay, thorns. I got health already, right? Health and fire stat. Last run, yeah, this is the last run of the night. Indeed. Shit. Okay, we got projectile speed, we got elite spawn increase, we got fall damage reduction. We're gonna go projectile speed. Fire stat. Damage sure. Shit! Leave me be. Dodge. Refresh. Max up. Bitch! No! I'm stuck! Let me out! Oh, that was close. That was really close. Contributed to the low amount of gaming because I had so much engagement with the political topics. That's true. But I like it. You know, I actually do enjoy reacting sometimes. That last video was fine to react to. Like, I enjoyed reacting to it. Obviously, I thought the guy was dumb, but sometimes it's fun to dunk on dummies, you know? On Neko reads everything and discusses it like a cafe. True. I think. I don't know what you mean, but I'm just gonna say true. Evasion. Also, something that I keep running into is because I'm trying to get the very specific tomes and stuff, so very often I run into runs where I only have one, like if I'm 5 minutes in, or nearly 5 minutes in, I only have one weapon. Makes it very hard. Makes it very hard to like kill. So sometimes, oh, it's not good. Sometimes waiting for the things you want kind of sucks. And can actually ruin a run. Or a pub instead of a cafe. Oh yeah, yeah, maybe a pub. I mean, especially when it's like a night where I'm drinking. So then it's definitely more like a pub. God damn it! All right, gotta choose one. I'm going with bow, I guess. This is one of those times where I have to go with bow. Like I was forced. I ran out of skips. I ran out of. I could have banished, but I don't even know what like the bow is good at. I guess I'll choose revolver. This is a weird build. This is a weird build, but maybe it'll work. Not likely. Weird builds don't usually win, but maybe. Have faith. Just have some goddamn faith, Arthur. Just one more score. Oh, fuck. Why won't they give me what I want? I got evasion. I need XP. I need an XP tome, please. Vanish. Knockback. Who is Arthur from? I'm referencing Red Dead Redemption 2. That Arthur. Arthur Morgan. Considering we're already almost 7 minutes in, it's not looking good. This one's not looking good. I don't have a chonk plate. What do I have? What do I even have? What's going right? Nothing. The last run was better than this one. You've seen some of Red Dead Redemption? It looks cool. You never played it? Red Dead Redemption is the... Look, okay. First game is good. I 100% the first game. Second game is... It's got a lot of stuff. I didn't 100% that one yet. I'm out. But I was gonna say the second game, the story does kind of. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. No, no, no. Health, save me. That was a game where like I was playing it and then I was doing a lot of side stuff because I loved it and I was doing a lot like hunting and all various side stuff forever, and then I got to the point where I'm like, for some reason I just got like fatigued. I was like tired of the game and I was like, I don't want to just leave and not beat the story, so I had to force myself. I had to force myself to like focus only on story, which is hard because I'm like a completionist. And I did eventually, like, I focused and I did complete the game, and I did enjoy it. It's just that it does eventually kind of wear on, I think. It overstays its welcome story-wise a little bit. And then the other criticism would be, the other criticism is, like, the writing is a tiny bit. You can notice it in certain places, but it's a tiny bit woke. Just a little bit. It's still good. Completionist Neko, yeah. Yeah. I would still say it's a good game. It's just that sometimes it's like, okay, come on. We're in the the late 1800s, and he's gonna be like, I love my base black guy. I'm like, Can you rob a train? Yeah, you can. You can, in fact, rob trains whenever you want, really. Movement speed. I feel like I'm missing a lot of the balance things. Nice. Yeah, it is nice. Goal increase, attack size. Sure. Big attack. Big arrows. This is a bad run. The RNG's bad in this run. Moldy cheese, banish that. I should just try and get difficulty up if I can. I should just use this run to get the achievement. It is heavily RNG. I made all the right choices. It's just RNG, okay? You can make all the right choices and still lose, believe it or not. Oh shit. I want a chonk play. What is my crit at? 92% crit chance. Okay. 38% dodge. 50% luck. If I can get a chonk plate, that would potentially save it. Although we're running out of time. We're running out of time to potentially save this run. It's gotta be like now. Maybe? No! Wait, I don't even have the ring. I just realized in the last one where I had the chonk plate, I didn't have the, So what you want is you want the chonk plate and you want the beefy ring. That was what I was missing in that last one. I didn't have the beefy ring, which increases your damage based on how many, is it how many hundreds of health you have? I forget. Or it's out how many 50 health? There's some number, but it increases your damage based on your health. So if you have the beefy ring, you have the chonk plate, and then you have health tomes, that's the good stuff. Stuck. Yeah, 50% per 100 health. Exactly. Crit damage. Extra crit damage could be good, sure. Thank you for the witch hat, Stevie J. Alright, what the hell's my evasion at? Only dodge is only 46%. Yeah, we're screwed. This is not. It could have been good. It could have been so good. They just won't give me the items I need. Some lifesteal is better than none. Oh, they're booping me. We're being booped. Boop status is real. No! Stop booping. Cease. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're in the boop time. Uh-oh. Oh, this is the end. Yep. Alright, so the second to last run was much better than that one, but oh well. No, I got work in the morning. I can't keep going. I want to. I mean, believe me, I want to keep. I'm addicted. I want to keep trying over and over again. You know, but I shouldn't. I gotta call it. I gotta be responsible. Hold on. Unfortunately, need Smeep. Yeah, I need Smeep. True. Anyway. Last run was actually the last run. It was, believe it or not. Pretty crazy, right? Usually that's not the case. Last time it wasn't the case. Anyway, thank you very much to everyone that stopped by today. Thank you very much to Alabastian. Good to see you. Thank you, Pyro. Thank you. Who else? Stevie J. I wrestled the bear once. Chris Bonerman, of course. Also, special thanks to Chris Bonerman for the resub, as well as the 69 bits. Thank you, very much appreciated. And I know we had someone else. We had Bing Bong 24 in chat. I don't think they followed, but good to have them as well. They stayed for a while and they talked. They didn't follow, but they stayed and talked. Nobody was here. Thank you, Nobody, for stopping by. And is that everyone? I'm not seeing any other names in chat. Yeah, I think that's everyone. That's everyone in the Twitch chat. If I check the on the Kick chat, it looks like Millicent Ward followed, although they were talking a lot about art, so that's a little iffy, but thank you for the follow on the Kick chat. And then in the YouTube chat, we've got Cute Kitty. Thank you, Cute Kitty. Thank you, Golden Freddy, for being here. Thank you, Fan Williams. Thank you, Mississippi Gonzo, aka Rip Redcorn. Thank you, Tyler Hyvee, or Hyvel. Thank you, Stevie J. Thank you, Wolfie and Robomate. Robomate's, it's good to see you. I don't often see you in chat. Good night. Take care to you, Wolfie. Thank you for being here. And yeah, that's everyone, I think. If I forgot you, I'm sorry. I don't mean to forget people, but it happens sometimes. So thank you to those I may have forgotten. Anyway, oh, I'm not even in the right scene here. Anyway, I hope you guys all have a good night or good morning or good afternoon, regardless, whatever time it is for you. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I hope I'll be seeing you soon. Until next time, peace out, guys. Peace, peace, peace. Good streams. Thank you. Yeah, good viewers. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Stevie J. Go get some sleep. Go get some rest. Rest up for tomorrow. We'll I don't know what we'll do. Maybe we'll cover more reacts. Maybe we'll do more. Maybe I've got enough reacts yet to edit. Maybe we'll just do demos. Tomorrow could be a demo day. Get more gameplay in, you know? Anyway, get some rest, sleep up. See you tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace out. Peace, peace, peace. Good night. See ya. Goodbye. Peace.